What can I do for you? Watch your back.
Not enough mana. My mana is low. I need more mana. I need to target something first. Not enough mana.
How are ya?
What's on your mind?
Safe travels. Off with you.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
waiting. I need more men. Not enough mana.
Well met. See you soon. Well met. Be good.
All right, the last chance. Please, Orc Man. Orc Man, please. It's the Orc Man!
Let's get her back.
Orc Man. Drop your chest piece, please. Orc Man. Do this for me, Orc Man. Please, Orc Man, please do it. Please give me the item I desired most, Orc Man!
Oh, to be honest, sir.
Orc Man!
There
Yes!
Yeah.
Woo!
That's Biss, I heard, man.
Holy shnikes.
Hell yeah, dude.
I need more men.
What the fuck is that thing doing? Best move ever. That sheep is totally wanting to kill me. Get away from that.
Mr. GM made a tweet yesterday. He said that there are 600 and something items in the Final Fantasy store. This was clearly a response to people complaining about the Blizzard store. And so Pyromancer had what's often referred to as an epic gamer moment. And it wasn't just a moment, it was a period of time. And I saw like a clip of it, but I'll watch the video here and I'm gonna show you guys about what happened. So this is Pyromancer. Obviously he's streaming on Twitch. He's playing this other weeb game. I don't know what it is, but he's streaming on Twitch and people are asking him about World of Warcraft.
Why can't you buy them with gold like in WoW? Hey, dumb fuck, you realize you can literally buy gold for WoW through the built-in in-game systems, right? You
True.
can literally pay real money to get the gold to buy them. What
True.
is the fucking difference, dumb fuck? You can literally buy gold that you can use to buy gear. The difference is that you can grind your gold to buy WoW tokens. Yeah, nobody does that.
And everybody knows it, right? And the reality is like, yes, here's really what it is. Like, the idea, okay, so this is really, all right. So this is the idea that Blizzard and Blizzard apologists give people. They say that, oh, the WoW token is for those working dads. They've got 2 jobs, 3 kids, and 1.5 wives. And whenever they come home, they've only got 35 minutes a week to play the game. So the WoW token helps them get into the game and really make some real progress. But the reality is that it's not Ted with 2 jobs, 3 kids, and 1.5 wives. It's, let's see, it's Jeffrey who's sitting at home on his fucking at his mom's house playing fucking the video games on the sofa off of his TV screen because he can't afford a monitor, and he's sitting there waiting for his neat bucks check from the government and another stimulus check that fucking Biden is gonna send him so he can spend the entire thing on WoW tokens to buy the few remaining mounts in the game that he hasn't already been able to farm. It's not these fucking super casual players that are doing it. It's the fucking neckbeards. They're the ones that are pumping money into the system because they're the ones that are the most addicted. Am I wrong? Jeff, actually it's fair because Jeff, my friend's Jeff name actually is Jeffrey, and he did actually use his mom's credit card to buy gold back in Burning Crusade. I'm like, Jeff, how'd you get flying? He's like, I'm just really good at farming. And then his mom comes in, she's like, do you still need my card?
No, nobody does that.
Yeah.
No, most people don't do that.
No.
Hey, Jakester, you know how many old transmogs you can get in WoW? Do you know how many old discontinued transmogs you can get in WoW? Oh, only the ones at the black market auction house. You know how many? You know how much a piece of BMOG gear goes for? Depending on the server?
It depends.
Shut the fuck up, please. Your comparison sucks dick, okay? If you want to be a dick rider, and you really want to still want to try and simp for that fucking company.
All right. 1 minute 40 That's how long the enrage timer for this fight is. So anyway, I want to say that, yeah, this is now we're getting into the enrage timer. Thank God, and we've got 9 minutes left. Yeah, so this is great. Here's how I see it, is that the Final Fantasy store sucks too. Like, you pay for the game, you pay for a sub, you buy expansions, it's the same as WoW. Final Fantasy shouldn't have a store either. I think the store is dog shit. But you have to say that the WoW store is worse because they literally allow you to buy and sell currency. Like, it's just worse because you can buy and sell currency. They're both bad. Like, like, I don't see why people are like, oh, one's good and the other one's not good. No, they're both bad. It's just that the WoW one is slightly worse.
Still on that train. You are still on it. I can't believe it. I literally cannot fathom how fucking dumb, blind, fucking... I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe the WoW community. I can't do it, dude. You guys are actually fucking idiots, dude.
He's mad, dude.
It's like, I can't believe it, dude.
He's mad.
I can't stand the game. I can't stand the...
This is the face of a person who's had to review World of Warcraft lore for the past 5 years. You have to understand this. This is the kind of person that has to deal with reading that Sylvanas will never serve after she serves for 2 expansions. 9 expansions. Yes, think about it.
Who play it? I can't stand the content creators who are still simping for it because they're fucking all of their money depends on it, so they stand around and pretend like they're not talking shit about other games to disguise the fact that they're terrified.
He's sneak dissing Mr. GM here because of the fact that Mr. GM made the post about the Final Fantasy store. It's very clear that's what it is, and that's why they were arguing on Twitter. It's obvious. And Taliesin too. But here's the reality, is that the only real people that should be afraid of WoW dying are like the high-end competitive players, because the majority of them have, I don't think that they don't have a personality. I think that they have a negative personality, because they can be near somebody else who's interesting and not only not be interesting themselves, but make that other person next to them less interesting as well. It's like a -5 and everybody's personality's a 10. You know, like they bring other people down at the same time. And the reality is, like, there is nobody who is more boring than a competitive WoW player. Now, I think that there are a few exceptions. Like, for example, I think that, you know, a lot of the guys in Limit, I've met some of them, I've hung out with them before. They're actually really cool. I like them. But I'm talking about the people that want to sit around and run fucking Mythic Necrotic Wake plus 23 for the 5th time in one day. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but, like, please, I would rather play Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and it's just fucking boring. Like, that's all there is to it. It's just fucking boring. The reality is that Mr. GM, obviously, everybody's gonna have they're gonna lose viewers whenever they move out of their main game. That's just the way it goes. Well, obviously, like for Final Fantasy, for me, obviously, I've done very well for a lot of reasons. But, you know, historically, I've had the same thing happen. But you look at, like, Pyromancer. Like, if you are making content about the game, and your personality is what drives that content, you can move to another game much more easily than someone whose biggest accomplishment is what number they can do on the screen.
Because it's the only way that they have to cope. I'm fucking sick of it, dude. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of the WoW community. I'm fucking sick of that shit company. I'm fucking sick of that shit game. I'm sick of putting so much of my time, energy, and love into that fucking universe to have it all crumble around me because perverted mid-30-year-old and 40-year-old men can't keep their fucking hands to themselves. And it's why the game sucks, too.
Of course it is. Of course, and there it is. Like, that's literally all there is to it. I'm sick of it as well. It's just, it's so fucking annoying and obnoxious, man. And it definitely makes the game worse, man. 30 or 40-year-old men. Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's so fucking weird.
The sad truth is that if these fucking people didn't have such terrible such a terrible work morale and culture, that the game wouldn't suck.
Well, yeah, it's like if you're sitting at your desk and half the time that you're sitting at your desk, you're worried that some fucking manager is gonna come up behind you and start rubbing your back, that he just, you know, happens to only do to you and the other female employees. Your mind is not gonna be in the place that it's supposed to be. Your mind isn't gonna be in Azeroth. Your mind is gonna be in the fucking cube crawl. And nobody wants that. They're thinking about other shit. It's like, imagine, it's like the guy driving. Remember, like, the video of, like, the clown making the fucking things while I'm trying to drive? The clown college? Nobody wants to deal with that. Dramatized much? Like a Hallmark movie? Dramatized much? Are you kidding me, man? These people get, like, PTSD from that shit. Imagine having somebody do that to you. It's fucking weird. Especially whenever there's no way to solve the problem. It's like, what do? Do you talk to the manager and then potentially get fired? Do you try to stop him and then have him retaliate later? It's so stressful, man. It's so fucking stressful. I've never had it happen to me. But you don't have to fucking have it happen to you to see what's common sense.
Maybe I wouldn't have to talk shit about level 60 boosts. And maybe I wouldn't have to talk shit about the disgusting monetization and broken promises of things like Reforged, of things like classic fucking TBC, where you can literally buy them out for real money.
There it is.
Maybe I wouldn't have to get that mad. Maybe I'd be willing to pay $15 a month for that fucking game, huh? I've given thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, dude.
I have too.
Thousands of dollars. There's $1,000 in books
those
behind
posters,
me alone.
yeah.
I don't want to fucking hear it, dude. I stood there and I white knighted and I fucking simped for Blizzard for 2 expansions straight, dude. And you know what I got for it? Fucking nothing. I got nothing. I got a lot of wasted money and a bunch of shit fucking content. And a bunch of lore that doesn't make any sense because Steve the Newser can't write a fucking story if I outlined it for him. Let's introduce Thanos to the game and create an Infinity Gauntlet. And let's redeem Sylvanas. Yeah.
I mean, it is Thanos. I mean, let's be honest. The jailer is literally Thanos. But it's like he's going around and he's getting all of the different fucking Infinity Stones, which are the sigils. He gets all of them. He completes the glove. And now he's going to go to the fucking, the sepulcher of the first ones or something like that. It's the same thing. But here's the difference. Is that Thanos has been crafted over 10 years of foreshadowing. And then he's also, here's a big part of it, a good character. Because you have a backstory on Thanos. There's Thanos talking to Gamora. There's Thanos who's actually intelligent. He says things. You like that. Thanos is cool. And he makes other people that are kind of assholes in the story look like little bitches. And I fucking thought, like, Thanos, in my opinion, I've said this before, Thanos is probably one of the best crafted, at least since Heath Ledger's Dark Knight. The Joker. That's the last. I think that he is the best villain since then, at least. And he is, like, he's in the top probably 5 of, like, all time for, like, any comic book or, like, action movie. I genuinely think that it was absolutely fucking amazing. And to think that, like, you can just do that without having all the foreshadowing, everything like that, it is so stupid. They basically added Thanos into WoW, and they took out all of his voice lines.
All the while, in the course of this single expansion, we have a new fucking novel, Sylvanas. We have Exploring Azeroth, Eastern Kingdoms, Western Provinces. We have another one, Fails and Folklore of fucking Azeroth.
Yeah.
We got another one, Shadows Rising. How many books are you gonna fucking get out of me? How much money am I gonna pay before I can finally explain the lore to the people that want to know about it to the degree that it's actually comprehensible? How many do I have to buy? How long do I have to go? How many videos do I have to make recapping the video that's recapping the video?
Yeah.
So that 4 years later, people still aren't having the misconception about your fucking lore because you can't publicly come out and say anything even remotely fucking worth listening to about it.
Oh man.
My God.
Oh wow. What a day. What a fucking day. He's wildin'? Yeah, he is wildin', man. Like, that's what he's gotta do.
And the community's full of a bunch of broken-hearted people who feel alone.
Yeah.
And are now feeling weird because they're stuck between a weird spot of supporting the company that makes the game that they used to be in love with and not wanting to support these weird fucking ass grabbers and Bobby, who's running his fucking company into the ground by recruiting the same law firm that Ian Hazzikostas formerly worked with to investigate their inner fucking policies.
Well, this is a law firm. The law firm is very famous for breaking up unions. So again, it's like Blizzard could have, they could have done a number of other things. But what did they really do? What did they really hire? Well, the first thing that they did was they hired somebody because, the sexual harassment stuff again, you don't fuck with their money. Whenever they think the employees are getting angry, they're gonna start asking for more money. Like, oh, okay, all right, everybody, settle down. Well, let's go into fucking, threat level midnight here. This is the real fucking danger, is that the employees might want to get paid more money. Tell me it's not a joke? No, it's not a joke. They actually, Activision Blizzard literally did hire somebody a law firm that's famous for its union busting efforts. Yes, that's actually what happened.
Nothing suspicious about that, Bobby Kotick. I'm so fucking mad, dude. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Dude, I need that out. I need that out so bad.
No, you're not. You're not sorry. This is a phase 2 transition.
I fucking needed that, dude.
Yeah, we'll see.
I needed that so bad, dude.
Just gonna walk around.
It's just like, what is this, dude? What is this? And all of these, and this, and all of those, and this, and this, fucking meaningless.
That's sad. Yeah, that is sad, man.
Down, I will never serve.
Fucking idiots.
It is sad. It definitely is sad whenever you see people that just feel like they are, they feel like they've been taken advantage of and lied to and everything like that. I think that, like, especially with Blizzard, people feel that way more so than with a lot of other companies. And it's sad for me to see that because, in my opinion, I just want... I do think that in the long... Yeah, they feel like they're betrayed, right? I mean, these are, you know, we've been loyal fans and customers for years, and, you know, to have this shit happen is just, it's sad, man. I've talked about it a lot because I'm just so bothered by it.
I've been stressed out about WoW for so long, dude.
See, I never really get stressed out about the game. Like, that's one difference, is like... For me, I don't really get stressed out. Like, if the game sucks, I just play a part of the game that I don't think sucks. And if I don't have fun, no, really, I'm not. Like, I get stressed out in terms of, like, oh, whenever I'm streaming and it feels like there's no new content and it's like, oh, what am I gonna do? Yeah, 100%, that stresses me out. But whenever you're talking about, like, actual stress from the game itself, nah, man, that doesn't stress me at all. Like, who gives a fuck? I mean, it's the game is the game, and I'll go and play another game. Like, you guys, like, there's like a weird thing where people don't remember at the end of Wrath, where like we had no new content for 9 months. And then Blizzard locked everybody into, during Cataclysm, an annual sub to get free Diablo 3 because they knew they weren't going to put out any content for a whole year. Like, I remember these things, and everybody's like, oh wow, this is new. When did this ever happen before? Every fucking time. It happened every time. What do you mean? The only time that didn't happen was a Burning Crusade. And the only time that it didn't happen in Burning Crusade is because people sucked at the game and they couldn't just get boosted all the way up in the Black Temple gear and then go do Sunwell, which is effectively what we had in Wrath, because people got all the TOGC gear and TOC gear. It was a joke. And that's what happened. That's what it was. It was not, this is not new. This has always been the case. So I'm not getting stressed out about it because I'm used to it.
Sorry for those of you that came in to that. I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry.
Phase 4.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry, and I don't feel bad. You
Phase
know why?
4.
Because if that happened in this game, I would do the same fucking thing. And I hope you know. If I've been playing this game for 7, 8, 9 years, and Square Enix did us like that, I'd fucking do the same thing, dude.
Yeah. I think one thing that people need to stop doing is getting emotionally attached to video games and putting their identity inside of the video game. Now, I know this is something that I've had to struggle with too, right? I mean, that's how I know that it's bad. Like, you need to stop doing that. Like, it's just a video game. If it sucks and you don't like it, stop playing the video game. That's all there is to it. If the video game is bad, stop playing the game until it's good. It's your job, but that's like a stream thing, right? It's not my job to play World of Warcraft. It's my job to entertain an audience. Now, the reality is there's a lot of people that are entertained by me playing World of Warcraft, absolutely. But like in general, I do think that it's a misunderstanding of what the goal of streaming really is. But overall, yeah, people need to just stop getting emotionally invested in these games. Like, normalize taking a break and stopping playing a game whenever it's bad. And if you're playing the game and it is bad, then just focus on things that you want to do. Like, and wow, that's what I do. I'm like, I didn't like Mythic Raiding anymore. I stopped Mythic Raiding. Problem solved.
I'm not gonna fuck around with these people anymore, man.
Yeah, I do appreciate the video here from Pyromancer. I think that it definitely is accurate. I'll read a few of the comments here real quick before I move on. Honestly, I can't blame him. He's right. We're all like this dude. Played some Warcraft 2 demo, didn't really start following the franchise anymore until 3, and never has it been so terrible. Guy gave his life up for WoW, and now saying WoW's treated him as unfairly as hurt. The thing is, he's right. Can't disagree with you at all. This hits so hard because it's true.
I can't.
Yeah, the thing is, like, here, and I'm gonna say this, okay? And I really mean that this is not like copium or anything. I genuinely believe this. Like 100% I believe this. I think that all of this bad stuff that's happening with Blizzard will ultimately be good for WoW. I think that it will. Because I think that it breaks a lot of people away from the idea that they have to play the game all the time. I think that it is going to kind of watch. It's like the Noah's flood, right? Like God had to bring in Noah's flood to wash all the sin out of the earth, and it's what makes sense. It sounds crazy. No, it sounds crazy, but it's fucking true. And the reality is, like, a lot of the people that are working on the game, people are so emotionally attached to it, and I do think that, like, all of this, like, controversy did break some of that emotional attachment. And the positive to breaking that emotional attachment is people will start to look at things with clarity, and they'll start to look at things with a genuine eye rather than trying to make excuses for every dumb thing that happens. So I do really believe that's what's going to happen. Somebody told me the Mr. GM tweet. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna talk about this just for a minute. Then after that, I'm gonna move over, okay? And this is gonna be like literally like a 3-minute thing. Mr. Jim says, I'm turning off the ability to reply to recent tweets. At least I can control some of the abuse through Twitter, but unfortunately 325 comment hate posts about me still exists. Made some mistakes the last 24 hours. I'm gonna want to learn from this. So Mr. GM is obviously talking about, he's obviously talking about the thread that was made about him on my Reddit. And so here's the thing, Mr. GM, like, I'm assuming that you're probably watching this stream and this is bothering you. I'm gonna do 2 things. I'm gonna delete the thread. And I'm also gonna say, you shouldn't throw stones whenever you live in a glass house. You had no problem tweeting and laughing and playing it off like mental problems, like playing off Pyromancer's mental problems whenever he deleted his Twitter, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. What happens whenever this gets turned around on you? Stop being a bitch. And the moment that this happens to you, don't go and cry to Twitter after you did the same thing to somebody else.
Need assistance?
There will be no more comments or negative threads about Mr. GM on my Reddit. I do hope you learn from this. Because you're at fault just as much as he is. And in my opinion, even more. Because you're going and looking for sympathy. Whenever you started the drama. It's pathetic. Let's play the game.
What can I do for you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Hi, how are you? Alrighty then.
Okay, so I mean that. Okay, guys. I wanted to give a little update here. Yesterday we had a kind of a debacle. It was a video I put out. I was very upset about this. I was extremely concerned, and the video was about Amazon sending a DMCA to a content creator. His name was a Video Game Database or Video Game Data Bank, something like that. And this person had received a DMCA strike from Amazon themselves. Now, this was after the person had sent a support ticket in to the Amazon help, and then the Amazon help asked for like more information, or maybe he provided it on his own volition. I don't remember which one really. And he linked the Amazon services. He linked them his video that he had made showing this bug. Now, in the context of the bug was a completely innocuous thing. It just purely hurt player progression. There was no way it could be abused to accelerate progression or to gain an advantage over other players. So whenever I heard about this, it obviously worried me a lot, because I had found out that, you know, people were DMCAing content that could just potentially make the game look bad. I considered it basically a manipulation of the rules. Well, it turns out that Amazon actually reached out to me. I knew somebody there, and they reached out to me, and it turns out that it was a mistake. It was not actually meant to target the person's video. It was, in fact, the reason why the DMCA went through was not towards the video. It was actually towards the gold-selling ad that was put on the video through Google AdSense. So because the Google AdSense, I'm assuming, had put a gold-selling ad on this person's video, the people at Amazon mistakenly DMCA'd the video and not the ad. So Amazon is in the process of reinstating his video, and he'll get all of his stuff back. The problem is completely solved. So I don't think that they're lying here. I really just don't think so. Because why would they lie? What is the point of lying? And also, like, here's why I don't think they're lying. I don't think they're lying because they haven't banned anybody else that's made videos of bugs. They didn't ban any of the Josh Drive Hayes videos showing the immunity bug or the invincibility bug. It's really just this one person who received a strike. Now, yesterday, obviously, the reason why I was concerned, I've been day before, I don't remember, but the reason why I was concerned is because I didn't really know, is this going to be a new policy? And the reason why I thought it could be a new policy is based off of the dev interview or dev roundtable they had, where they emphasized that they didn't want people spreading the bugs online with other people. And I thought this was a change in direction, or this could be a different strategy towards dealing with people sharing bugs that are harmful to the game. So that's why I had presumed that it was Amazon, but it turns out that, again, it was Amazon. It was just a mistake, and it was supposed to be targeting the ad that was on the video for gold selling, ironically, in New World, and not actually the video itself. So Amazon is completely in the clear here. Obviously, DMCA strikes are very harmful to somebody's channel, and so I'm glad that we could bring awareness to the issue. I'm glad that we were able to help this person's channel. Would it have happened without us? Probably, but who knows? I'm just glad that we were able to talk about it, because I do think that it's an important conversation to have. Now, all that being considered, of course, I do have a video out that is expressing the fact that Amazon did this thing. Because the video is now proven to be false, we will be unlisting the video, and we will be uploading this video instead as a correction or an update to what happens, so we don't have false information out there online and spreading things that are just simply not true. So we're effectively retracting the previous video because it turns out that Amazon did not do it on purpose whenever we originally thought that they did. And anyway, this is something that we try to do as much as we can. I think I made a lot of good points in the video outside of the Amazon thing that maybe I'd like to have stay up, but it doesn't really matter. To be honest with me, like, it doesn't matter. You guys know me, I'll probably say the same thing again. So yeah, Amazon unironically did nothing wrong. Guys, actually, they were trying to do a good thing. They were trying to get rid of a gold seller ad. And it turned out that they just hit the guy's video on accident. So that's what it was. I'll read a few comments here, and then that's about it. Did Jeff call you? Yeah, he called me. Yeah, he had to let me know what was going on. That's enough. Money's been wired to your account? Yeah. I don't believe that in the slightest, Why do you not believe it? Reporting ads is one process, reporting videos is a different process. What the fuck? Yeah, I know that. And what I'm assuming is that the person who did the reporting didn't know that, and they made a mistake, or they thought that the person was actually putting the ads in the video themselves because they didn't understand the way it worked. If you didn't cover this, you would still have the strike 100%. It's hard to say. I don't want to take credit for something like that. I'm just glad that it's not happening. Democam literally made a video. Wait, let me see if I can read this real quick. Sorry, I have to scroll up here. Video on how to get in their chapel to kill Thorpe. It was clearly a mistake. Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. Like, there was the getting into the chapel to kill Thorpe, and then before that, it was all the invincibility bugs with the hatchet and having the berserk thing. So that's it. If they're reinstating the video, it's probably true. It's true. What proof is there about gold selling ads on YouTube? I've never seen it. It's more like saving face because one employee went rogue. In my opinion, I think it's the same thing. So if an employee went rogue if the employee went rogue, and they are undoing that person's decision, to me, this is functionally the same thing. This is functionally the same thing as just solving the problem in general. You see what I'm saying? Like, as long as this is not a company policy, in both cases, mistake or a rogue employee, these are one-time occurrences. My concern was a pattern of behavior, not necessarily whether it happened or not. You see what I'm saying? Did you receive an email? No, they just DM'd me. I believe it could have been a mistake, but if you didn't make a video, chances that you could actually get it fixed on its own, I have no idea. Like, as I said before, I don't know. I know they've covered things and they've responded to problems before without... Honestly, I would love to do IRL. Like, IRL streams are super fucking fun.
I'm not gonna be with you if you do an IRL stream.
But the only problem, so I went to get a haircut on an IRL stream, and like they put like the thing over me, right? And the thing said the name of the haircut. Oh, bro, they were calling every second. They're like, no, Asmon Bald isn't here. Like, no, he's not here. Well,
that's what I was saying. I was like,
I don't know. We don't know who McConnell is. Like, please stop. Please stop. Yeah, Dylan actually brought me a hot chocolate. Look at that.
Cheers. How the fuck do people think I'm McConnell? I don't understand. Do I even sound like him?
Anyone who, I'm gonna be honest, anyone who's overweight, they think is McConnell. Like, I'm just gonna be fucking honest, dude. Like, that's what they do. So this is actually a thread somebody made about me.
Asmon Golden is a gang of degenerates are part of the effort. Oh my god, wow. I didn't realize you had that much pull, dude.
Yeah, ban these toxic, game-sabotaging, community-destroying degenerates from both platforms and Reddit and Twitter. So this guy thinks that the actual developers of the other competing MMOs are paying us real money in order to fucking say negative things about New World. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, this guy's gotta be a troll, right? Like, it's the first thing you think.
How old is he?
I'd say he's probably 36.
Okay, well...
Yeah, no, he's not 12. No, these people, like this guy, so he made his own subreddit. And all he did is post into subreddit about how Amazon needed to sue me. And Amazon, like this one here, freedom has limits. Democracy doesn't mean that you're free to destroy and sabotage. This is a post about me making a negative comment about the game. He's even made YouTube videos, and it's like, this is the kind of people that, like, I like memeing on them, but I try to keep a safe distance just to make sure the dude doesn't show up at my house, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's Vaulty? No, it's not Vaulty, dude. Yeah. So there's this other guy, his name was Vaulty, and like he made a video talking shit about me, right? And so finally I watched the video, and of course I talked a bunch of shit back to him. So what did he do? Well, he went live on his live stream because he was getting a lot of attention. And so he goes live on his stream, and this dude spends 20 minutes muted talking to the audience, fucking muted, and everybody's saying best stream ever, they're loving it, right? And like the chat was going along with it. They were saying true Vaulty, good one Vaulty, I totally agree with you, man. And he's like you know, right, talking and shit, and then finally he unmutes himself. And everyone is like, ruined. What happened? Like, what the fuck? And then everybody leaves. I feel bad for the house, man.
We're about to have a party.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Cool, I'm gonna chill with chat for a bit here. Quick, everybody ask me questions. I'm not McConnell.
Yeah.
Give your seat back.
So I really only came for Dylan.
Oh yeah?
What's up, dude?
Did y'all see me on the Oh, you want to suck Dylan's dick?
Gonna get banned.
Yeah, Jeff's here. We're gonna get banned.
Remember
it's convenient.
when you used Cody's iPod, he broke it with a hammer?
That's
like, this is the story.
Oh, bro, at Little Caesars, I remember that shit. So, like, this is the dumbest fucking shit, dude.
Tell the story.
Okay.
This is iPod, so I can't use it.
Okay,
I
so
was waiting to know the headphones.
do you want me to tell a story?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So we're at Little Caesars, and like this was like after a day of turmoil. Let's just say that a day of turmoil, a day of stress.
Well, can
It
I be
was-
fair? Like, he didn't, it was my iPod I got for Christmas, and he would not let me use it.
Yeah, exactly. And then your mom would be like, well, let Jeff use the iPod. Let Jeff use the iPod. Yeah, I know. And so anyway, so finally, this was like after Jeff was using the iPod all fucking day. And then Cody was like, can I use the iPod? Cody finally gets the iPod away from Jeff. We're in, I think, my car. Cody takes the hammer out of the back seat of my car. I forgot why the hammer was there. But Cody takes the hammer out of the back seat of my car, fucking takes it onto his own iPod, smashes the bitch in the parking lot of Little Caesars.
And remember?
And he says, here you go, Jeff.
Yeah, and it burned him.
Yeah, it got hot.
Yeah, like Apple's iPods and stuff like blew
Yeah.
up back in the day.
Yeah,
so when
yeah.
I smashed it with the hammer, typically most
It like broke something.
yeah, I smashed it with a hammer and it blew
Yeah.
up and it burned him.
You're holding a bomb. That's the same thing I found out.
You're holding a really good.
Y'all remember like my old refrigerator? Like the same shit happened. Like the Freon apparently is like super toxic. Like yeah, like yeah, no.
You both said the same shit.
Yeah. Well, because I didn't fucking know. I was like, I thought it was just water, right? Just water that smelled weird. And so I got it all over my face. I never even thought about it. I didn't even wipe that shit off. I'm like, ah, it's goddamn water. What the hell is that?
He just reacts to himself.
Yeah.
So they're like,
I'm like, see, whenever I said this, and it happened.
It's-
I told you guys.
it's a reaction.
That's a 5D chess play because then you can claim your own video. You can copyright claim your own video because you're in 100%.
You get double revenue.
Yeah, exactly. I'm reading chat and I want to respond, but I'm gonna let some of these go. I think.
Yeah.
It's like who's got the biggest hog?
Well, I don't know. Let's find out, guys. Let's see. You tell me.
Yeah, I heard that big streamers just get more viewers if they get banned for 7 days.
Yeah.
I can't even talk about it. I got banned for it one time.
About the Hurricane Katrina thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened? I missed that.
So, all right. I'm not gonna tell the joke, but I'm just gonna tell like the premise of it. Is that I mean, y'all remember we all went to the same high school and everything. I don't say what high school, but we all went to the same high school, and there were a bunch of kids that got displaced from the hurricane. And I made a joke about it, and the students did not like that.
Oh yeah.
They did not like that joke. They didn't like it as I did.
Natural disasters that wipe out half of an entire state or no?
Of course not.
They weren't 5 years
Absolutely
ago.
not. Yeah, 20 years ago you can make a joke like that. You can't do that anymore, guys. Yeah, there you
Everybody
go.
in the chat give them so much attention that they can't put it up.
Yeah, they're gonna say some
you
stupid
already
ass shit.
follow him?
Well, Cody's been streaming a
Do
lot.
you follow Cody already?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, brother.
My neck is low.
On this game.
Welcome to the arena.
Let's play some arena, boys.
This is the classic arena, where you can basic arena play. Once you set arena battles, this is where you'll need to set your arena defense.
There's no way I'm gonna lose. I don't know if it matters how you place them here. It's not even close. I mean, they're level 10. Wait, I'm actually dying though. What? I was actually kind of dying. Chat, would you still say Kale is my strongest character though? Like, I don't know if he's like better than the level 24 guy, but he does have what's it called, abilities. Wait, he actually just destroyed them. Maybe he is the strongest. He has just like strong AoE. Okay. Yo, remind me after the sponsor to log on Shkek. Because I have to go to the mailbox and get like 24,000 gold from like the Goblin Auction House gold transfer that I did. Yeah. You know what's crazy, dude? I have more viewers watching me play Rachel Legends than when I was world first rating in retail. That's how good this game is. Like, pretty sick. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually...
Bon matin. Ouais, hein? Oh, ça fait bizarre, là. Ben là, ça a fait de l'écho, là. OK. Je voulais y acheter je voulais lui donner un pyjama, puis je voulais lui faire des pantoufles pour aller avec. Hein? Non, ben, pointure de pied, d'après moi, doit chausser des 8 à peu près, là. Ouais, ben, elle doit avoir un pied de femme, là. Tu regarderas en dessous de ses bottes, là, ou ses souliers. Ouais, c'est ça, d'après moi, il doit être des 8, quelque chose de même. Bon, bon, il parle plus du 26. Au moins, on va peut-être pouvoir avoir nos soupers de Noël et tout ça. Hein? Ouais. Hey! Arrête, toi. Comment ça? Ah, c'est vrai, c'est sa fête, elle. C'est le 29. OK. Ouais, c'est 14, vous pourrez pas. Ouais. 14, vous pourrez pas. Non. Vous le ferez un petit peu plus tard. Bon. En autant que vous faites attention. Toi, ben, ouais, au moins, faites attention. Ouais, mais c'est ça. Exigez donc au moins que le monde présent soit vacciné. C'est plus Non. Ouais, c'est ça. Bon, arrête, t'es violent un matin. Fait que là, c'est pour ça, nous autres, moi, je finis aujourd'hui, ton père finit aujourd'hui. Puis, là, c'est pour ça, là, je vais essayer, là, un matin, 4h05, j'étais debout. Commencer à faire des pantoufles à 4h30. Fait que là, matin, c'est pour ça, là, je suis avancée dans mes affaires. Fait que je vais, ce que je veux faire, je veux aller... Ah, excuse, J'avais un texto qui rentrait en même temps, un email. Ouais, c'est ça. Non, c'est parce que je voulais aller finir mes commissions dans les magasins. C'est pour ça que je vais. Pour ça, le pyjama pour Caro, ben, j'irai chercher à midi. Là, les pantoufles, ça, j'ai le contrôle, c'est moi qui ai fait. De... Ouais, ben, c'est ça. OK. Ouais, c'est correct, ça. On n'a plus, nous autres non plus. D'autres. Mais pour vous autres aussi. Ah oui, puis Simon, c'est pareil. Puis tout le monde. Je veux dire, là, ça va être un. Ça, je vais tout vous transférer de l'argent. Puis j'essayais quand même de vous acheter un petit quelque chose pareil, là. Mais ça va être. Ouais. Ouais. C'est ça, là, je suis en train de. Là, j'ai plein de factures à toi aussi, là, qu'on a. Là, je regarde, je veux juste comptabiliser ça, là, voir qu'est-ce que j'ai. Mais oui, je vais te transférer ton 500, ça, c'est sûr. Je peux même me le faire tout de suite. Le 500, ça, je te l'avais dit, Fait que ça, je vais te transférer. Non, 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 mais je vais le faire pareil. Ouais, OK. Ah, OK. Ah. Fait que là, tu vas faire ta demande de chômage. Tu quoi, c'est le temps? T'as 2 semaines d'attente ou c'est une semaine? C'est une à cette heure, ouais, c'est ça. Uh-huh. Fait que, non, non, c'est correct. Là, fait que, non, ça, je vais te le faire tout de suite, même. Tandis que. Ouais, c'est ça, moi, te le transférer direct dans ton compte. Fait que ça, c'est. Ouais, on checkera ça, là. C'est pour ça que j'ai pas. Peut-être les mois, je les tâche. Avec bien d'urgent là. Puis là, je suis dans mon bureau. Attends un peu, c'est parce que j'ai. Hein? Comment tu dis? Le modem, je pense qu'il est dans la petite chambre, dans la chambre à Simon. Ouais. Pourquoi? Ah, bon, je sais pas. Ouais, puis en plus, il est dans un panneau à l'intérieur, là. Transféré. Ben, c'est transféré vers. Ben non. Annuler. Pas grave. Quitter le compte un peu pour faire envoyer de l'argent à Marc-André à partir du compte chèque. Continuer. Ah, OK. Pas de problème. Montant, une seule fois. Marc-André, continuer. Ah oui. C'est fait. Parti. Fait que c'est ça. Moi, c'est ça. Puis même ton père, même pour lui, il sait pas. Là, à un moment donné, il voulait. Non, mais on aime bien mieux, justement, qu'on soit toute la gang ensemble, puis se faire des bons soupers, puis on se fait des activités, puis des affaires de même, là. T'en plein ça. Ça, c'est une très bonne idée. Non, non, l'idée, c'est de se faire des belles soirées. Ça, c'est le fun. Exactement. Là, il était craqué. Normalement, il finit à matin. Je ne sais pas s'il va descendre aujourd'hui ou demain, là. Ouais. Ah ouais. J'ai dit, j'ai besoin de ta preuve vaccinale. OK. Hein? Ouais, c'est ça. Il y en avait des crinqués. Non. Ah ouais. Ben, nous autres, on en a au bureau qui ne voulait rien savoir. Puis, quand on a fait les invitations du party de Noël, puis tout ça, ils ont dit non, c'est correct, on y va pas, on y va pas, on y va pas. Puis ils ont plié. Écoute, ils ont plus ça plus de livres, plus de vaccins. Fait que, mais là, il en reste une encore qui n'a pas été vaccinée, qui travaille avec nous. Non, c'est Émilie, une fille de la Beauce. C'est ça. Elle, là, elle a dans sa tête, parce qu'elle veut tomber enceinte, que si elle se fait vacciner, ça va être dangereux pour le bébé. Ouais, c'est ça. Fait que ça donne rien de jaser avec du monde de même. C'est fâchant. Arrête de dire des affaires comme ça, Marc-André. Non, je le sais, mais utilise donc pas des termes de même. Garde-les pour toi. Tu peux dire, ça me fâche, là, mais les termes que tu utilises, c'est pas le fun d'entendre. Ben non, c'est ça. Tu as le droit chacun a le droit à ses affaires aussi. Mais tu as le droit de le dire. Non, mais tu as le droit de le dire de ne pas venir chez vous. C'est ça. Uh-huh. C'est ça. Fait que c'est ça. Fait que tu iras voir ses vêtements. Je sais pas si tu médium, large qu'elle prend ou médium. Moi, elle doit bien à peu près comme moi, hein. Elle mesure pas 5 et 6, c'est plus petite que moi, elle mesure 5 et 4. Ouais, ouais, elle mesure 5 et 4, moi, puis il me semble qu'elle est plus petite que moi. Non? Oui, 5 et 4. Oui, c'est ça. Fait que non, non, mais moi, d'après moi, je m'en allais y acheter quelque chose qui est à peu près dans ma grandeur. De toute façon, un pyjama, c'est un pyjama, là. Ben, c'est pour ça, exactement. Non, le point pied là, mais de toute façon, toutes mes pantoufles sont pas faites larges. Ben non, mais c'est mes pantoufles à moi, là. Tu sais, je veux dire, ah, ok. Fait que j'irai y acheter ça aujourd'hui. Là, ben, c'est ça, là, j'en ai quand même fait. Là, j'ai une paire que j'ai donnée à Manon. Puis j'en ai une. J'ai non, ben, la Beauce aussi, il y en a beaucoup. J'ai 7 paires de pantoufles de fait. 7, 8, 9 paires de pantoufles. Je l'ai 9, c'est vrai, parce que je suis allée emporter à ma tante Rachel et mon oncle Jean-Guy, puis finalement, ils le font pas. Fait qu'il faut que j'aille les rechercher, là. Fait que j'ai 9 paires de pantoufles de fait. Ça va bien, mon affaire. Fait que je vais avoir des nouvelles pantoufles. Ben, je sais, c'est pour ça. Moi aussi, là, j'en ai 2 paires de jetées de l'année passée. Ben là, c'est la plante. Ouais, c'est la plante des pieds. Moi aussi, c'est exactement là. C'est parce que le problème, c'est que j'utilise des jeans que les gens m'ont donné. Mais les jeans, des fois, sont usés un petit peu. Fait que la jeans, ça déchire. Ben, c'est niaiseux, mais il faudrait que j'aille au village des valeurs. Puis je vais acheter un morceau de... Ben, non, mais pas pour le tissu. J'achète un morceau de laine. Je le découpe dans le morceau de laine. Ouais, faire des semelles, c'est parce qu'il faut que je sois capable de le piquer. Tu sais, à un moment donné, j'ai pensé à du cuir, mais quand tu piques ça avec. Ouais, c'est ça, mais quand. C'est ça, quand tu piques, là, ça déchire. Quand tu piques avec avec l'aiguille, là. Non, ça prend des machines spéciales pour coudre ça aussi, là. Ouais, c'est ça. Fait que. Non, oui, il faudrait. Ou bien ce que je vais faire, au lieu des jeter, si le dessus est encore bien bon, Je défais la semelle, puis ben, moi, j'aime tant que ça. J'ai refait des nouvelles, là. Ça me prend même pas 1 heure à faire une paire de pantoufles. Commence à prendre de vitesse, là. Un matin, j'en ai fait une. Assemblée une, un matin, après une demi-heure. C'est ça. Bon, fait que je vais aller finir mes affaires. C'est bon. Salut.
Oh, this. You can have 4 kills? Yeah, I see what you mean now. Now I know what you mean. Okay, I know what you mean. To get the 3-star bonus, you have to use less characters. I understand, I understand. Okay. So it makes it harder. Yeah, bro, I think I would use if I did that. It's getting kind of hard now. Just gotta get geared. I don't get it. Now these guys are level 8, but the previous ones were level 16. How does that work? But they're also like kind of strong. I'm still level 14. Alright, 2 more. Hopefully this guy here gives me okay, special divine offensive set. That will go to her. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then the tank still has no gear, but that's fine. Like he's a buff Andy anyway. Nice. So bad. Ah. Oh shit. Nice. Now we get the gear, boys.
So, what do you like?
This is Wrath of the Lich King PTR, bro. No, I'm just kidding. We're doing a Racial Legends sponsor stream right now. Sadly, we only have 40 minutes left. I kind of would like to play again, dude. Because it sucks, you only play for 2 hours and then... And I played on a new account. I didn't play from my last account, which had like actually strong characters. Sponsor stream right now. Sadly, we only have 40 minutes left. I kind of would like to play again.
I want to show you 3 borders that are very peculiar. Here they are. 1, 2, and 3. And not just because they look weird on a map, but because of how they look in real life. Us map nerds love looking at things that look weird on a map. Like this town that is cut up by a bunch of Dutch and Belgian enclaves. Looks really weird on a map, but in reality, the people living here aren't deeply affected right now by these strange borders. I'm interested in borders that look interesting on a map and that are connected to real world things, real people. There are a lot of these out there, trust me. But there are 3 in particular that I want to talk about today. 3 borders that blow my mind and that help us learn about how far countries will go to control land and water. So, let's do this.
ISIS continues to lose ground in Syria.
Artificial islands under construction could become military bases.
Deal reached makes the US the only Western country to recognize Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara.
The first border is the Moroccan Berm Wall. Morocco is this country in northern Africa that claims all of this land. But if you look at Google Maps, you'll see this dashed line, and that there's another country underneath it that isn't Morocco, it's Western Sahara. This dashed line is not the border I want to talk about, but let me explain. The line is dashed because Morocco doesn't want all of this to be a country, doesn't want these people to have independence. Morocco thinks it's theirs. So since 1975, when Spain left this land, Morocco has been fighting to keep the people down here from controlling the land. They took this pretty far in the 1980s when they got out the bulldozers and started building a wall. And after a decade of digging, they created the border that I want to talk about. This is what it looks like on a map.
You know, Morocco would build a wall. It's a 1,700-mile berm in occupied Western Sahara.
It is a nearly 3,000-kilometer wall of sand and dirt. I mean, that's a huge, huge wall. This wall is meant to keep the local people who want Western Sahara to be a free and independent country on this side of the line, and allows Morocco to occupy the other 80% of what would be Western Sahara. And that 80%, by the way, is the more resource-rich part of the country. And it is not just a wall. It is a bunch of Moroccan troops who loaded up with weaponry, radar, and underground bunkers. Oh, and landmines. Tons and tons of landmines. This is widely accepted as the longest landmine field on Earth. When I was in Morocco, I learned that it is literally illegal to show a map that contains this border. Or anything that is not this. Many countries don't recognize Morocco's claim to all of this land. In fact, the United States didn't recognize the claim until last year when the Trump administration said that they would recognize it in exchange for Morocco becoming friends with Israel again. Sort of a weird love triangle. It's so weird how this stuff works. It's like, you're not real, but if you like my friend, you're real now. Meanwhile, the people who live here in this little strip, they run their own country, but it's under the militant eye of the Moroccan military who patrol this wall to keep them out of the rest of their country. These locals have been in a decades-long struggle to fight for the day when they can break down this sand barrier and actually build their own country. But the powers that be aren't letting that happen anytime soon. Okay, so that is the Moroccan Berm Wall. 3,000 kilometers of sand and dirt. Crazy. Next up, let's go over to Syria. Sometimes borders can embody history, religion, energy, dictators, and modern-day guerrilla warfare all in one. And that's what's happening over here in Syria. Okay, wait, before we get into this, we need to pause, and I need to thank today's sponsor who allows me to make these videos. Thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring this video. Okay, so if you don't know what a VPN is, it is a thing that allows you to connect to a secure server and outside of your country so that you can browse the internet anonymously and securely, and from whatever country you want. I use this all of the time, especially when I'm traveling. NordVPN is like an industry leader in the VPN space. They have a very good product that allows you to go in, choose the country you want to connect from, and quickly have a secure, anonymous connection to the internet. You can connect up to 6 devices and on every major platform. Windows, Android, iOS, Mac, Linux, etc. You can even do this on like an Android TV. I use NordVPN for 2 reasons. Number 1 is because when I'm traveling, I'm often connecting to a Wi-Fi router inside of like a coffee shop or like a public area. With a VPN, you can do this more securely. And when I'm traveling, my computer kind of freaks out and thinks that like I'm someone else. So I get kicked out of my Gmail. I can't watch like the Netflix shows I'm used to. With NordVPN, I can just connect to an American server. And now, as far as my computer knows, I'm still in the US. I have access to all my favorite content. I can choose from over 5,000 servers in 60 different countries. And all of this is lightning fast, so you don't notice any difference. It is an incredibly helpful service. You don't have to take my word for it. There's a link in my description. When you go click that link, you will get a really good price on a 2-year plan that you can get your money back if you don't like after 30 days. Plus, this comes with a huge discount. So that link is in my description. It is nordvpn.com/JohnnyHarris. Thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring my video and my channel and allowing me to do this work. We are now ready to get back to the maps. Let's go to Syria. Okay, so we're in this part of the world, the Middle East. We have Syria, and up here you have Turkey. There's this one really famous guy in Turkey. He was like the grandpa of the guy who started Turkey's big empire, the Ottoman Empire. Anyway, this guy may or may not have died by drowning in the Euphrates River, like right here. And so to honor him, they decided to bury him right on the banks of the Euphrates River, right here on this like really famous hill. Sort of seems like an interesting decision to bury the person like right on the banks of the river that killed them. Anyway, not my decision. They buried him on this famous hill, and this again was like a long time ago. This is back when this region was just one big empire. It's Turkey's big Ottoman Empire. But of course, the Europeans wouldn't let this last for long, so they showed up in the early 1900s and they cut this region up. Like they literally like divvy it up. It's like you, Britain, you get this part, France, you get this part, Russia, you get this little bit up here, Italy, you get this bit over here. Like they just like cut the lines up. It's madness. And eventually France took their little plot of the Middle East and like these are now 2 countries. We have Turkey up here and we have Syria down here. And they drew this line separating these 2 countries. Wait, said the new Turkey. The tomb of our really important guy is like now in the new Syria. And France was like, we're not gonna redraw the line. So like, Turkey, you can control this little circle of land where the tomb is. That little bit of land is officially Turkey, but we're not going to redraw the whole line. Turkey was like, sweet, that works. So it's the 1920s, and Turkey looks like this, plus this little tiny dot in Syria, where the tomb of Suleimani is. And like Turkish guards could be there and guard the tomb, and it was fine. Fast forward 50 years, and things are going fine at the tomb. Syria is now run by this dictator, and he's like, hey, we want to build a dam right here on the Euphrates. You know, hydroelectricity. But then Turkey freaks out because all they see in all of this is a dam that is going to fill this whole valley full of water. This valley, where the hill is, where their guy is buried, is going to be underwater soon. And their special grave could soon be totally destroyed. So what do? They move the grave. Meaning they move their little bit of sovereignty from right here all the way up here, 85 kilometers north, still inside Syria. Why didn't they just move it into Turkey? So this border, this little enclave of Turkey just moved up. Okay, so now it has a new location. It doesn't stop there. So the dam is built, the tomb is safe. There is now a lake called Lake Assad after the dictator. Fast forward another half century, and now the dictator's son is in power, and guess what's happening in Syria?
The Islamic State now controls more than half of Syrian territory.
This morning, that includes some of the most important cultural treasures.
ISIS fighters have now entered the archaeological ruins.
We're talking the capital of ISIS.
ISIS took over a lot of Syria in 2014 and 2015, including where the new Turkish tomb was, where this little speck of Turkey was. And if you don't know anything about ISIS, you should know that in addition to being awful in every way, they also love to destroy sacred old things.
This morning, ISIS claims to have destroyed priceless pieces of history.
What they didn't blow up with explosives, they literally tore apart by hand.
So Turkey is freaking out now. They're like, dude, ISIS is gonna destroy the tomb. So they moved it again, this time right up to the Turkish border. Still in Syria though, but like within a few hundred meters of the border. So now you have Turkey, Syria, and a little bit of Turkey in Syria. There's this clip of the Prime Minister of Turkey visiting the newly moved tomb. He prays to it, and then as he walks out, you get a little reminder that this dot on the map is still a border. It still has borders. These fences separate this prime minister from Turkish sovereign territory on one side, and then a fence, and then Syria, where all these kids are. No, but seriously, like, why didn't they just move it into Turkey? Like, if you're gonna move it all that way for the second time, like, just move the thing into Turkey, where it's not surrounded by a country that is devolving into a civil war. You know what I think it is? I think it's that Turkey is like one of the few big, powerful countries that doesn't have an exclave, meaning a little island of themselves in a different country. I think they literally just want to be like, oh yeah, we have one of those. Like, we've got one of those weird things on the map, 200 meters off our border, but like, we have it, we can move it whenever we want, but whatever. That is how this sacred site, exclave border thing moved around. And eventually it's supposed to move back to its second location, but the details are fuzzy on how that's gonna happen. Okay, so that's Turkey and Syria. Let's go to our final border, which has to do with the ocean.
China's military buildup has angered the Obama administration.
So, we're over here in Southeast Asia, just under China. This body of water, the South China Sea. This place is home to vital trade routes, tons of oil and gas, tons of fish, strategic military posts. I mean, this sea has it all, which is why everybody wants it. Look at all of these lines. These are the claims from all of these different countries on the South China Sea. It's like a total nightmare, right? Okay, hold on. Let's unpack all of these. First, let's remember that every country that borders an ocean gets 200 nautical miles into the ocean to be their economic waters, where they can fish and mine and whatever. That's their economic waters. So that's how you get a lot of these borders.
Hello.
So like Vietnam, by default, can have all of this water. It's their exclusive economic zone, their EEZ. Malaysia's looks like this. And if you're gonna claim any more water than this default EEZ, you sort of have to like justify yourself. You have to be like, we claim more than our EEZ because X, Y, and Z. So yeah, it's looking a little bit messy. But then wait till China, the big dog in the neighborhood, swoops in and says, the UN, schmoo-en, I'm not into the UN and whatever, we've been here for like 5,000 years on these waters. Our claim to this ocean is this. Like, they literally didn't do any sort of scientific claim here. It was literally guy with map draws a dashed line through 90% of the South China Sea and it's like, this is China's. And everyone's like, what? How does that make sense? And they're like, because we're freaking China. And everyone's like, okay. And that is how you get this. A total mess of lines. And it's not just in the water. There are islands down here. Like, this set of islands down here is claimed by like 5 countries. So yeah, there's international law for this stuff, but in reality, it's a total free-for-all. And guess who's winning in the free-for-all? You guessed it. China's not waiting for a diplomatic solution. What they do instead is just like show up to these islands and build military bases and landing strips. But then there's big parts of this body of water that have no islands. So what does China do? They show up and dig up a bunch of sand from under the ocean and build islands. And then build military bases and landing strips. Like, look at these boats. These boats are making islands. They've created 1,300 acres worth of new land in the South China Sea.
Overall, China is adding to its islands at the rate of at least 3.5 acres a day.
And they populate it with military assets. Okay, so that's what it looks like on a map. It's wild. So as always, we have the lines on the map that look a certain way, but then the facts on the ground often say something totally different. this whole sea is controlled by China. In addition to building islands, they also will chase down fishermen from like the Philippines and Vietnam who are fishing in their own waters, totally legal, and they will show up and just attack them. They'll capture them, they'll intimidate them, and they'll make sure that they know who's boss. And no one can really do anything about it. So all these lines can look all complicated, but in reality, it's pretty simple what it should look like. Okay, those are my 3 borders. There are so many of these examples. These are the ones that are most peculiar and strange right now. So thank you for watching. It is the end of the year, end of 2021. It's been a fun, intense year. I've made a lot of videos. And I also made a bunch of LUTs and presets, which if you don't know what that is, it's how I color my videos. Without a LUT on me right now, this video would look like this. But with a LUT, it looks like this. Me and Iz collaborated on this and found with a professional colorist to find a set of LUTs for video and presets for photos that really reflect the color that we love to put on our photos and video. Literally years in the making. And they finally exist. So that's a thing. I also made a storytelling course with Nathaniel Drew that is live on Brightscript right now. It is everything Nathaniel Drew and I know about storytelling packed into one jam-packed course that, again, I've been working on for years. So that is also in the description. What else do I plug in these moments? Oh, I have an orange jacket pin. That's kind of fun. Izzy's doing a house series someday. You sound really sad. You sound really sad. Izzy's doing a house series on our new house that we're building that's taken a year and a half so far. Okay, I should probably wrap this up. Thank you all for being here. Happy New Year, and I will see you in 2021. I will see you in 2022 with a set of really cool videos. Bye, everyone.
How are you? See you later.
Still recharging.
There's a chance that COVID-19 was created in a lab, and then it leaked out and infected the world.
The Chinese city where the coronavirus pandemic is believed to have started.
Very competent, trustworthy scientists.
Probably it was incompetent. Somebody was stupid.
Whoa, did I just say that? Yes, I did. 6 months ago, I would not have been able to say that, but today I can. And we need to talk about it. Humans, including myself, hate uncertainty, ambiguity. We want to know what happened. But in the case of COVID-19, we still don't know exactly what happened. We don't know where it came from. And to try to get at the real answer, you have to navigate all sorts of politics. But wait, isn't this a science question? Isn't this a matter of epidemiology, the origin of a virus? It should be, but woven into this scientific question are a bunch of heavy political questions and considerations that are influencing what kind of questions we're allowed to ask and what kind of answers we're allowed to give. So I want to strip away the politics, the tension with China, the idea that this all sounds like one big conspiracy, and I want to just look at the evidence of one question, which is, where did COVID-19 come from?
The most trafficked wild animal in the world.
Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory.
China has a history of lab accidents.
Are you suggesting that maybe you have some evidence that this was not a naturally occurring virus?
So it's not just me who wants to know the answer to this. Last month, President Biden asked the US intelligence community to double down in answering this one question: where did COVID come from?
It's important to know the answer to that.
Right now, there are two major hypotheses. One is the spillover hypothesis, and the second one is the lab leak hypothesis, which has up until recently been seen as a fringe conspiracy theory.
Complete baloney.
And I'm going to explain why that changed in just a minute. But first, let's look at each of these. First, the spillover hypothesis.
Health officials believe COVID-19 originated in animals sold in a so-called wet market in China.
A pangolin kissed a turtle?
The spillover hypothesis says that the coronavirus came from bats in China, which is pretty predictable. Bats in China have tons of coronaviruses all the time. They're usually not infectious to humans. But the hypothesis says that a strain came about that was infectious to maybe an animal, maybe one of these guys, a pangolin. And then that animal showed up in some supply chain, some market in central China, and it came in contact with a human, and the human got COVID-19. And in fact, for a while, it was this particular market in Wuhan that was seen as the culprit. They thought the bat virus was in an animal somewhere in this market. And now listen, for a really long time, up until just recently, I didn't know this was a hypothesis. I thought this was a fact. Like in the early days of the pandemic, they would talk about this like it wasn't a question. They'd be like, and the virus that came from this meat market.
The virus originated from a market.
This meat market, ground zero for the outbreak.
But guess what? There's no direct evidence for this. They don't even have pangolins in the Wuhan wet market. And soon we learned that the first official COVID case had no contact with this market. So the Chinese CDC had to come out and say, okay, no, it actually has nothing to do with this market. We have no idea where this outbreak came from. But even after they said that the market wasn't the epicenter, the idea was still that this came from a bat that transferred it to an animal, that transferred it to a human, the spillover hypothesis. The main reason why this hypothesis gained so much traction was because this is how pandemics usually happen. Of the past 5 pandemics, 4 of them were the result of a virus jumping from an animal onto humans. So even though no one had found an animal with COVID-19 to prove this theory, they sort of presumed that it had to be because look at these other 4. But wait, what about this one? The Russian flu of 1977 was likely the result of a lab accident, and it ended up killing hundreds of thousands of people. But even still, the spillover hypothesis was kind of gospel. Hey, real quick, I'm gonna be doing a Q&A on Discord next week, a week from today, on Thursday. It's gonna be a live stage event, which is sort of like a personal chat with whoever wants to join. Discord, by the way, is the sponsor of today's video. Thank you, Discord. But anyway, this event is where you can join and ask me whatever questions you want, and I will be talking for an hour about storytelling and about my process and about the future of documentary things and Bright Trip and all of the things. I will be answering all of your questions in this sort of personal back and forth Discord live stage setting. Anyone can join, it's free. All you have to do is sign up for Discord, which is like a 15-second process. Sign up for Discord. There's a link in my description where you can register for this Q&A event, which is next week, Thursday at noon Eastern time, okay? So I'm going to put on the screen what time that is in other time zones around the world. Noon Eastern time on Thursday. I will be answering tons of questions on Discord as a live stage event. And I'm kind of excited to hear from all of you, to hear what questions you have, and to chat and catch up and see what people are thinking about. So thank you, Discord, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to it. But quietly, there was another theory that was brewing under the surface, one that many experts didn't talk about publicly at the time, but they thought about. They were thinking of another building in Wuhan, not this market, but another building that was just a few miles down the road, this one right here, the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
So here's what's crazy. It's exactly in this specific lab in Wuhan where scientists have been experimenting for years with coronaviruses, engineering them to make them even more infectious to human beings.
More infectious to humans? Whoa. By the way, that's Paji. He's one of my producers. He reached out to me a while back and said that we should look into the alternative hypotheses of where COVID came from, including this idea that it may have leaked from this lab. At the time, I was quite skeptical. I had heard rumblings about the idea of a lab accident that caused COVID, and I'd sort of written it off because it just seemed so conspiracy, just like low-hanging fruit conspiracy, like super engineered virus escapes from lab and starts global pandemic. It's like New World Order. It just reeks of like internet conspiracy and disinformation. And in addition to that, the only people who were touting this were like people who are not very good at the truth, and people who also liked to pick fights with China.
I can tell you that there is a significant amount of evidence that this came from that laboratory in Wuhan.
But I told Paji that if there's any evidence, even circumstantial, that warrants looking further into this hypothesis, I would be interested in checking it out. And it turns out there was such evidence, and here it goes. So, this is the lab leak hypothesis, and I'm going to unpack it the best I can. First, let's talk about this lab. It's located in central China, the city of Wuhan. And for years, they have been experimenting on coronaviruses, what Paji was telling me about. The question is, why on earth would you want to make a coronavirus more infectious to humans?
So this is what's known as gain-of-function research. And the idea is to study more infectious versions of the virus in order to learn from that what we need in order to stop the next pandemic from ever happening in the first place.
Gain-of-function research. This is sort of like testing nuclear weapons. You're sort of playing with fire, testing something that has the power to kill millions of people, but you're doing so in the name of, like, helping humanity. There are only 3 places on Earth that do this sort of risky research, and it's supposed to be done in these super high security, biosecure facilities that have all these parameters to make sure that the engineered virus doesn't escape. And by the way, in the scientific community, many people think this is too risky and not worth it. One critique I read from a scientific journal said that, quote, if the virus escapes, nobody could predict the trajectory. We're messing with genetics, and that's scary. Okay, but just remember for a second that all of this gain-of-function research is happening in like 2015 through 2018. Just rewind for a second. None of us had heard the word coronavirus before. This was effectively some boring, wonky, nerdy debate happening between super niche scientists who were studying the best way to look at viruses. And all the while, as they did this work, studying all of these coronaviruses from bats, the freezers in this lab in Wuhan started filling up with more and more samples of coronaviruses of all kinds. Some just captured from bats in caves, and others engineered to be more infectious to humans. But again, no one really cared. If I had made a video about this work in 2017, you wouldn't have watched it. But in 2017, there was someone who did care. It was someone at the US Embassy in Beijing. They caught wind that in this Wuhan lab, they were curating coronaviruses and engineering more infectious ones. This wasn't some secret. This was like in collaboration with scientists in the US and around the world. But even still, they sent a team of health experts to check out the lab. And what they saw troubled them. The lab wasn't nearly as safe as it needed to be. And the managers at the lab said that they were lobbying for more resources so that they could hire properly trained technicians to safely run the lab. The diplomats were concerned, and they sent 2 messages back to Washington, D.C. at 2 different periods of time. They said this lab isn't safe, and the State Department should work with the Chinese to tighten security. These 2 cables went back to Washington, D.C., and both were ignored. Again, this was like super boring stuff in 2017 and 2018. No one had heard of Anthony Fauci. This wasn't top priority. So it was ignored until 2020, when suddenly we all care about virology.
Concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S.
Okay, so you have this lab that's doing gain-of-function research. They're maybe not very secure. Now it's 2020, and I need to explain something that was hard for me to understand at first, but it's very important. Any hypothesis as to the origins of COVID has to take into account the fact that this new deadly coronavirus called COVID-19 broke out in the very city where the largest repository of coronavirus samples sit in a freezer in this lab, some of which have been engineered to become more infectious to humans. Oh, and the lab has been deemed not super safe. If the outbreak had happened in some other city where there was no lab with a freezer full of coronaviruses, we would not be having this conversation. This would not even be on the table. But Wuhan is the epicenter of coronavirus samples on Earth because of this lab.
Oh my God! There's been an outbreak of chocolatey goodness near Hershey, Pennsylvania. What do you think happened? Like, oh, I don't know. Maybe a steam shovel mated with a cocoa bean. Or it's the chocolate factory.
Okay, wait, hold on. I know some of you were thinking this. I was thinking this. At first, I thought this was a logical fallacy. Originally, I had said, well, of course, it's not a coincidence that there's a coronavirus lab in the same city that there was an outbreak. The lab was probably set up because there's a lot of risk of coronaviruses, so they set up the lab to study it so that they could prevent it. But then I read an interview with one of the top researchers at the Wuhan lab, one of the biggest experts in bats and coronaviruses, and this changed my mind. Her name is Shi Zhengli, but her nickname is the Batwoman.
You're about to become compost.
Because she's made her career out of going into caves, getting coronavirus samples from bats so that she can study them. She's like a top expert on this stuff, and she works in the Wuhan lab. When she heard that there was a coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan, she was in Shanghai at a conference. So she got on a train to rush back to Wuhan. So she's on this train, and later she said in an interview, quote, I wondered if the local health authorities got it wrong by calling it the coronavirus. She's like, something's off here. Wuhan is in central China. And from the Batwoman's extensive study into this, she knows that it's actually southern China where all the bats are and where coronavirus is most likely to jump from animals to humans. Way down here in southern China, that's where COVID-19's cousin SARS broke out in the early 2000s. That's the place where there is an actual major risk of coronavirus jumping from animals. So the Batwoman is on this train, shaking her head. She literally said in the interview, quote, I had never expected this kind of thing to happen in Wuhan, in central China. This is a thing that happens in southern China, not central China. And then the terrifying thought hit her. She said, quote, could they have come from our lab? Her first thought was, the health officials got this wrong. It's either not coronavirus, or if it is, it probably came from our lab. That's the more likely scenario, not that it jumped from animals like it does in southern China. So no, the lab isn't set up in Wuhan because Wuhan is the epicenter of coronaviruses jumping from animals. Instead, Wuhan's relationship to coronaviruses isn't that it's common that it breaks out in wet markets. No, it's because of the lab. The lab is the world's largest sample of coronaviruses on Earth. Now, let's be clear, this isn't hard proof that anything happened. This is circumstantial, but it is absolutely a firm foundation for a hypothesis that potentially this could have come from the lab. That woman herself, that was her first thought. And as I've been reading accounts from other virologists and epidemiologists around the world who heard of a virus coming out of Wuhan, they thought about the lab. They're like, oh shit, there's a giant lab there with tons of viruses. I wonder if it came from there. Now listen, this lady who we're calling Batwoman, the bat expert, went to the lab as soon as she got to Wuhan. She was sort of freaking out. She had been losing sleep, and she looked at all of the data, all of the samples, and determined that none of the samples, engineered or natural, were the same as COVID-19. None of them were an exact match. And she sighed a breath of relief, and she felt like, okay, it wasn't our lab. For most scientists, that was enough proof to put the lab leak hypothesis to rest. They're like, oh yeah, that woman said that none of the samples were identical to COVID-19. But for many others, trusting this one woman to tell us the truth or to have done a thorough investigation is not good enough evidence for us to rule this out. The world, who has suffered greatly because of COVID-19, deserves a chance to truly investigate, not trust one Chinese researcher.
The world has reached another grim milestone in the history of the coronavirus pandemic.
This is globally. The death toll has now topped a staggering 3 million people.
But for some reason, China is not really playing ball with letting an inquiry or an investigation happen. When Australia got up and called for a transparent investigation into COVID's origins, including looking into the lab leak hypothesis, China immediately retaliated with economic sanctions on Australian products like wine and beef. What? A little defensive? Like, wouldn't China want to have an independent investigation into this hypothesis so that if it's false, it can be proven false and we can put it to rest? It seems like that would be in their interest, and yet they're making it incredibly difficult for anyone to do an investigation. Instead, we have to rely on US spies and intel to piece this together. The Wall Street Journal recently reported that there was intel that said that 3 researchers at the Wuhan lab got sick with COVID-like symptoms, and they had to be hospitalized in November 2019, weeks before the first official case of COVID. Again, this isn't proof, but it's definitely reason to ask more questions. China, stop making us rely on intel from spies. Put the hypothesis to bed and let us investigate. But they won't, which is incredibly suspicious.
Mike, at the end of the day, it's profoundly in China's interest to do this as well, because look, it suffered too.
So that's the lab leak hypothesis. Unsafe lab that's the coronavirus epicenter, and it engineers viruses to be more infectious for humans, has a little mishap, which turns into a global pandemic. It's a feasible hypothesis that deserves investigation. Now listen, if your brain is anything like my brain, what both of our brains are doing right now is scheming to find some sort of certainty. We're like, oh, look at all this evidence here. They were in the hospital, and Wuhan is actually the epicenter. And we're like piecing it all together. Our brains love to do this, to lay out the circumstances and fill in the blanks so that we can believe in some sort of certain thing. Our brains hate ambiguity, but please don't be tricked by your hate for ambiguity. We have to remember that neither the spillover hypothesis nor the lab leak hypothesis have solid direct evidence that prove them one way or the other. The main evidence for the spillover hypothesis right now is the idea that historically this is how viruses like to start. They jump from animals onto humans. That's a really solid basis for our hypothesis. We should absolutely continue to investigate that. But guess what? It's been a year and a half, and we haven't found an animal who carries COVID after a year and a half. So as of now, it is still in the category of hypothesis. But if you read the news in 2020, it seemed like the case was closed. Like it was a settled thing. Like, yeah, the coronavirus jumped from an animal.
The pangolin.
Pangolins.
Probably one of these pangolins in a market. Everyone move on. Meanwhile, the lab leak hypothesis also had solid basis. None of the evidence I've talked about today is new. It's all been around. And yet, until recently, the idea of a lab accident being the origins of COVID-19 was deemed as far off fringe conspiracy.
This question about the Wuhan lab, we know that it's been debunked that this virus was man-made or modified.
A major reason for that was because there was the Trump administration that was constantly overstating the hypothesis, claiming they had way more evidence than they actually did, labeling it the China virus.
The Chinese virus. It's not racist at all, no, not at all. It comes from China.
Which helped fuel a spike in discrimination and violence against people of East Asian descent. And then Tom Cotton gets up and says this.
The virus went into that food market before it came out of that food market. So we don't know where it originated, but we do know that we have to get to the bottom of that. We also know that just a few miles away from that food market is China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that researches human infectious diseases.
Well, this is awkward. Yeah. It turns out what Tom Cotton said actually is totally sensible. I had written this into the script thinking that Tom Cotton said some crazy stuff about something.
What 5G actually does, it absorbs oxygen, and that's really important
to know.
But it turns out that Tom Cotton back in like February of 2020 was stating a hypothesis that a bunch of scientists now think is totally legit. So nothing's changed. We don't have any new evidence. And yet at the time, it was written off as a total fringe conspiracy. Here's the New York Times. Senator Tom Cotton repeats fringe theory on coronavirus origins. It was completely downplayed, written off, and put aside as a fringe conspiracy. This was a failure of journalism. And journalism's job of looking into hypotheses and actually validating them based on the available evidence. As Tom Cotton says, there actually wasn't any direct evidence, and there still isn't. And yet today, nothing has changed, but scientists look at the hypothesis and see it as totally legit and worthy of investigating. And I almost just got caught in the pitfall, trying to do journalism and about to regurgitate what I read on the Washington Post or the New York Times, that Tom Cotton said some crazy stuff when he actually didn't. That is dangerous. And reporters just repeat what others are saying and jump on the bandwagon because it's correct to do that. What's correct is to go report and look into the evidence. Something a lot of journalists didn't do during this time. And so scientists, even if they believed that we should investigate it, and the media downplayed it, wouldn't touch it until recently.
The coronavirus may have leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China.
U.S. President Joe Biden launched an investigation in late May.
Why would you have a bad coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan and not in southern China where these horseshoe bats are located?
Trump left office and things settled down with China a little bit. And lo and behold, we're now seeing legitimate, well-respected experts on this topic come out publicly and declare that the lab leak hypothesis isn't a conspiracy, and that both hypotheses need to be taken seriously until we have sufficient data. It's called science, by the way. It's just called science. Just look into legitimate hypotheses. But what was troubling to me is that even still, there are scientists who are digging in their heels, saying that the case is closed.
There is zero evidence that this virus came out of a lab in China.
Like this guy, for example. He's a leading expert in animal diseases and disease ecology, and he's been the leader of calling the lab leak hypothesis a fringe conspiracy theory, like since the beginning, when we knew nothing. But here's the thing. This guy has skin in the game. His NGO gets loads of funding to perform research at, wait for it, the Wuhan lab.
Members of the scientific community have said that Daszak has a conflict of interest due to his close ties to the Wuhan Institute of Virology and its leading scientist, Xijing Li.
So of course he doesn't want the Wuhan lab or gain-of-function research to be smeared. Like this is his home turf, where his livelihood and his life's work comes from. And he's the guy we're listening to? Like we're letting this guy lead out on the inquiry about where the origins of COVID come from? Oh, and it gets worse. So the WHO, World Health Organization, sent a group to investigate the origins of COVID a few months ago. And this guy helped lead the team. I mean, he's like a world expert. But guess what? The results of what he came back with were not surprising.
A team of international experts investigating the origins of COVID-19 have all dismissed a theory that the virus came from a lab.
Talked to people, asked critical questions, got critical answers, and they've come to their conclusion, and I have as well. And what they say is extremely unlikely.
But then eventually a journalist calls him out.
Given that this report rules out a lab, isn't your credibility on that a little undermined by the fact that you've been saying that even before you came here?
No.
Yes, you can't go into an investigation with your mind already made up, dude. Especially when millions of dollars of funding for your organization is on the line. That's not science. That's self-interest and tribalism. Listen, I don't doubt that Daszak is an earnest believer in his theory. I mean, he's a zoologist by trade. Of course he thinks he jumped from animals. But this shouldn't be the guy doing the investigation. Oh, and it's not just me who thinks that this investigation was BS. The head of the WHO, literally the head, the guy who commissioned this study, said that the investigation into the lab leak theory, quote, wasn't extensive enough. It was too hasty. So yeah, they didn't actually look into it. These scientists are not actually looking earnestly for empirical evidence. Okay, that was a lot. There's a lot to soak in here, and I want to give you a few big takeaways that are like the thing we should take away from this video. Number one is that we don't know. I know we all hate to hear this, but like we don't know. The evidence I've laid out here for both the lab leak hypothesis as well as the spillover hypothesis is all circumstantial. circumstantial, meaning it's like you have to connect a lot of dots to make it fit. And science isn't about connecting dots, it's about proving something with solid evidence. We don't have solid proof of anything. So please, please, please don't give in to the temptation to now believe that COVID came from a lab. It may have come from a lab, but it may have jumped from animals after being infected from bats. We do not know. We should investigate. Number two, it is mind-blowing to me that a hypothesis can be labeled as fringe and conspiracy all because of politics. And then it can just immediately get reversed depending on the political climate. The media so hardcore downplayed the hypothesis of the lab leak. And they did so because Trump was in office and he was using an overstated version of that to stoke hate and tension and riots. So I kind of get it, but we sort of threw the baby out with the bathwater. Number three, it is very disappointing to me that scientists whose motives should be nothing but seeking the truth, keeping everything on the table that has any promise. They are digging in their heels, throwing a legitimate hypothesis off the table and lobbying to keep it out of the public, and showing that they are probably influenced by the fact that their funding and life's work is associated with the other hypothesis that they don't like. I get it when politicians do that, but leading experts who we're all looking to for truth and guidance, like, come on, guys. We need to stay open to any hypothesis that has a reasonable basis to stand on. And we need to do that so we can find out how this thing started and ensure that it never happens again.
A final note, more than a year ago, top scientists published a letter in the prestigious medical journal Lancet that dismissed the lab leak theory. They called it a conspiracy theory. So ABC News reached out to all 27 scientists who signed that letter. About a dozen responded, several of them telling us they're not so sure this thing came from nature, and one scientist telling us he's flipped entirely, and he believes that now the lab leak theory is more likely.
There is a cluster of 7,000 islands that looks like one of the most beautiful places on Earth. People have been living here for over 30,000 years, traveling between these islands, trading with each other and with the region, and developing religion, identity, and culture. It eventually became a country called Mage. And while all of these advancements were happening here on these islands, another group of humans had been evolving in another part of the world, over here in Europe. But this other group had a different culture, a different religion. Many of their advancements were achieved through expansion, not collaboration. And their religion thrived when they stomped out others. They wanted to conquer. These islands, these people, this culture would soon be swallowed, stripped of what made them them. And soon their name would be changed, after the name of the king of their conquerors. This isn't a story just about a big, powerful military taking over new lands. We know that story pretty well. The story of these people offers a new perspective to anyone who will listen. It's a perspective that has been wiped from our history books because of the inherent discomfort and tension with this fact that the United States, once a colony that heroically threw off an empire to become independent, soon became an empire itself. It contradicts our founding belief that it is, quote, self-evident that all men are created equal. And this story isn't just history. That empire still exists today, with colonial possessions and subjects. It's all wrapped up in the story of these 7,000 islands and their people. So, I want to tell you the story of how the U.S. stole the Philippines.
There are still American citizens today who do not have equal voting rights. These are citizens of America's island territories.
The U.S. Constitution grants citizenship to everyone born on U.S. soil except in one jurisdiction.
Quick pause, because I want to tell you about something that is important to me and happens to also be the sponsor of today's video, which is BetterHelp. I'm a big believer in therapy. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and it has changed my life. For many years, I didn't think therapy was for me. I thought it was for everyone else, and so I sort of avoided it. But when I finally started going last year, I really started to realize that there was so much that I could be working therapy by influence on these islands, not least the name itself, which is named after King Philip. Spain brought their religion, their language, their culture, which is why the most common last names in the Philippines are like Reyes or Del Rosario, De la Cruz, De los Santos. But the heyday of the Spanish Empire came and went, and by the 1800s, it was kind of crumbling. But it was the arrival of a new superpower that I believe had a bigger imprint, not just on the Philippines, but on the US itself. It established rules and behaviors that we still grapple with today, and that's why this is the story of how the US stole the Philippines. So let's go.
To this day, we can see the traces of the almost 400 years of Spanish rule over the Philippines. But even more striking is the more recent influence of the United States.
Okay, so it's the end of the 1800s. Up until now, US expansion sort of looks like this. It's all happening on this mainland. And at this point, there sort of became a big debate of like, do we keep going? Some people wanted to keep expanding the US outside of this mainland. The president at the time wasn't a big expansion guy, but he was surrounded by people who loved war. Specifically this guy. And these people who surrounded the president had their eye on this Spanish colony right off the American coast called Cuba, where the locals were rising up against Spain. Wait a minute, isn't this a video about the Philippines? Why are we talking about Cuba? We're getting there in just a second, okay? So anyway, Cuba. Americans didn't want to go to war with Cuba. They're like, we don't need more war. But thanks to the explosion of an American submarine in Cuba, which was probably an accident, and thanks to some highly unethical journalism that blamed the explosion on Spain, and a big thanks to, again, this guy, Teddy Roosevelt, who at this point was just a peon. He was literally the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But he somehow cajoled his boss's boss, the President of the United States, to go to war in Cuba to like liberate the Cubans from Spain. So the US declared war on Spain in 1898. But this begins a new era of war in the United States. No longer can you just go into war and just like take over land. You need an angle. You need to sell the war to the American people. So the angle on this war was liberation. We are liberating the people.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
No, that's later. We're talking about 1898. But yes, the whole idea of selling war to the American public didn't really go away after this. Why did the US go to war in Iraq?
In the early stages of military operations.
So anyway, the US is now at war with Spain, which is an empire that is deeply in decline, as I mentioned. It's not going to be hard to win. But soon, it's not just Cuba. The US, really meaning Teddy Roosevelt, who again is just an Assistant Secretary of the Navy. He's like not a big decision maker. He somehow maneuvers the situation to say like, let's liberate next door Puerto Rico. And while we're at it, let's go into the Pacific and liberate Guam and the Philippines from Spain as well. Teddy didn't even ask his boss to do this. He literally sent off a cable to the Navy commander in Asia that was like, George Dewey, go attack the Philippines where Spain is. That is what your mandate is. And George Dewey's like, okay, I'm being told to go to war with Spain and the Philippines. Teddy was sort of the mind like better to ask forgiveness than permission. I mean, I get that, but not that he pulled it off. Anyway, and now because of Teddy Roosevelt, who we literally named the teddy bear after, side note, we are at war not in the Caribbean only, but also in the Pacific. The US arrives to the Philippines and sees that the locals had already been fighting against the Spanish for like years. The Spanish were weak and were totally declining. So it's like the top of the ninth inning or like the fourth quarter of the Spanish in the Philippines. And the US shows up and is like, let us liberate. And the Philippines were like, well, we've sort of already been fighting this bloody war for years against the Spanish. So yeah, I guess United States, if you want to come help us deal the final blow to Spain, like sweet. So George Dewey, this Navy commander, and his fleet show up to Manila. Meanwhile, back in the US, people are like, wait, weren't we just supposed to invade Cuba? What are we doing in the Philippines now? And the US government's like, because the Philippines is a perfect hub for commercial opportunities in Asia, and we think that if we don't take it, Japan or Germany might take it, which would clearly diminish our geostrategic advantage in the Pacific. No, they didn't say that. They said, we want to liberate the people of the Philippines. Liberate.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
So the Spanish see the U.S. arrive to the Philippines and they're like, great, we're done. So the Spanish military commanders ask to meet with the U.S. military commanders. They meet in secret, and Spain's like, listen, I know we're losing, but we really want to save some face here. We don't want it to look like we lost to the Filipino revolutionaries. And I'm not kidding. The Spanish commander literally said that he would, quote, be willing to surrender to white people, but not to the Filipinos. So the U.S. commander's like, okay, there's an opportunity here. We said we were here to liberate the Filipinos, but we haven't promised anything yet. So we would much rather it look like the U.S. defeated Spain instead of helped the Filipinos defeat Spain. Much better for our brand, said the United States. So together, the United States and Spanish militaries organize a fake battle. A fake battle in which the U.S. would fight the Spanish in Manila, and the Spanish would intentionally lose. And the climax of this whole theatrical battle, according to the plan, was that at the end, the U.S. would storm towards the inner walled city of Manila, the last stronghold of where the Spanish are. Oh, and the key detail in this whole plan, they would not let the Filipino fighters, the ones that had been doing all the actual fighting against the Spanish, join them as they stormed towards the walled city to deal the final blows to the Spanish Empire. And this would mean that the Filipinos technically didn't gain their independence. It was actually the U.S. who conquered the Spanish, and then the Spanish were like, oh, can you give us $20 million for our troubles? And the U.S. was like, yeah, sure. So now the U.S. wins the war, and they claim sovereignty over the Philippines. So yeah, this happened. They did the fake battle, they won the war, and instead of liberating the Filipinos, they just say, hey, we're your new colonizers. Psych. Meanwhile, back in the United States, they gotta keep up this white savior liberation narrative that they created to justify going to war with Spain. So you see a lot more theatrical PR by the government. They staged this giant military parade in New York City, where this military commander who did the fake war, George Dewey, marches down. They called it Dewey Day. It was like a 2-day parade in New York City. They created a big military arch for him. He became like a military hero for having liberated all these people from the Spanish. And then you start to see these crazy advertisements, like this soap advertisement that has George Dewey, the commander, washing his hands with the caption, quote, the first step towards lightening the white man's burden is through teaching the virtues of cleanliness. And on the sides, you have soap being offloaded in the Philippines and being given to the locals. The U.S. had to frame this not as conquest, but as the honorable duty of the U.S. to civilize these people, or in the words of the soap ad, quote, to brighten the dark corners of the earth. Jeez, this is insane and was not that long ago. Okay, so this is where things really heat up. It's 1900 now. Spain loses the war, obviously, and the U.S. now owns Puerto Rico, Guam, and they claim the Philippines. But the local Filipinos who've been fighting for their freedom for years are like, no. You just waltzed in here on our rebellion and conspired with the Spanish to make it look like you were liberating us. No, this is our country. We don't need another colonizer. And this is where things really heat up. Filipinos start fighting again for their independence, and this time against the United States. It is a pretty horrible, bloody war, one that I never learned about in school. It includes massacres of men, women, and children by the United States, and hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. But the U.S. eventually won, and they established a government in the Philippines. Back in the US, the appetite for expansion continued to go down, and people sort of just forgot about the Philippines. They forgot that there was a war there. One newspaper summed it up by saying, Americans didn't know if the Philippines were islands or canned fruit, but the fact remained that the US went to war and now owned the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam. So this begged a very important question, one that hadn't been asked before, which is all of this land America? Are these people Americans? This was a huge question. And the answer to that question affects how we see these territories still today. Okay, so a few years after these wars, there's a guy in New York City who's importing oranges from one of these territories, Puerto Rico. And he's paying tariffs on these imports because, that's what you do when you're importing oranges from another country. Wait a minute. this guy was like, didn't we conquer Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines? Isn't that America? The Constitution says that you can't put tariffs on stuff coming from other parts of the US. Like New Jersey can't put tariffs on like avocados from California. So he sued, and his case and a bunch of others like it made it to the Supreme Court. So now the Supreme Court must decide, is this land where we just won a war, is this America? Are these Americans? If they are, do they get all the same rights as other Americans? Do they get to vote? Do they get to participate in the US economy without tariffs, like any other state does? And honestly, this isn't a question about oranges and tariffs. The real question at stake here is America the land of the free where all are created equal, or are we an empire? No different than any other empire that scoops up colonial possessions in war and rules the people, who are usually black and brown, as subjects, not fully a part of the country. That was the question that was at stake. And in this series of cases in the early 1900s, the Supreme Court decided that America was the latter, is the latter. They created a new category of land called unincorporated territories, where the people don't have any representation in the democracy, but where Congress can create laws on their own, particularly laws dealing with revenue, which would not be allowed by the Constitution for states within the Union. We can create revenue laws, stuff that's totally unconstitutional for other parts of our country. In other words, unincorporated territories are land we control and exploit for revenue, but whose people don't get to vote and don't get the right to trial by jury. So yeah, the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam, remained unincorporated territories, a place that the US could kind of just ignore without a lot of consequence. They weren't important enough or strategic enough to be considered to become states like Hawaii or Alaska. So they sort of faded from American consciousness. Like, this is why we never heard about this in school. Like, it didn't make it into the history books in any salient way. And how far the Philippines had faded from people's mind became very clear in December of 1941. During World War II. The US had owned the Philippines for like 40 years, when a fleet of Japanese bombers flew across the Pacific and bombed an American naval base in Hawaii. But what we don't really remember is on that day, Japan bombed Guam and the Philippines, two American territories, as well as several other American and British territories.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Here's the draft of this speech. This is the original draft that FDR spent the day marking up before he gave it. Zoom in a little bit and you'll see on this draft that it mentioned the Philippines originally, but FDR crossed it out. He crossed out the mention of Manila. Yes, the Philippines was on some map somewhere. Yes, we technically owned it. But the people really didn't want to hear about it because these people weren't Americans. The Supreme Court had decided that. They weren't going to become states anytime soon. So why mention them? After that day, Japan actually full-on invaded the Philippines. They didn't do that to Hawaii, but they did to the Philippines until the end of the war, at which point the Philippines were finally granted independence in 1946. Fast forward to today, and this "we own you, but you're not really Americans" precedent established by the Supreme Court still applies to 4 million people who live in unincorporated territories. Or let's just call it a spade, let's call them what they are. These are colonial possessions. The people who live here don't experience the full rule of law. They don't get trial by jury. They don't have full representation in our democracy, and they don't get to vote for the president. This is why when a hurricane hits Puerto Rico, the government response is not nearly what it should be. The way Trump talked about Puerto Rico as almost another country, as not a part of us, mirrors exactly how the Supreme Court talked about these unincorporated territories. They're for revenue, not to compete with American farmers. We conquered these places, but we didn't want to bring the people fully into the American project. We left them out. And there they remain today.
mayonnaise, no.
Well met. Light bless you.
Check out this map of Africa. Back then, most of this continent had been carved up by European powers. Belgium had a big swath of Africa right here, where the modern-day Democratic Republic of the Congo is. What Belgium did in the Congo is shocking.
Safe travels.
Hard to get your head around. It's terrible, in fact. But Belgium's horrendous actions in the Congo would lead to this.
I would definitely take the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
The FDA has just approved a third vaccine.
Let's talk about the J&J, the Johnson & Johnson coronavirus vaccine.
Johnson & Johnson's vaccine.
The new Johnson & Johnson vaccine is a game changer for the fight against COVID-19. It is cheaper. It can be shipped without having to be frozen, so it's way more durable. It's made of really advanced, sophisticated technology that allows you to just get one shot of it instead of the 2 doses from the previous ones.
This version requires just 1 dose.
That's a big deal when you're trying to vaccinate literally billions of people. And so to understand how this vaccine that is being rolled out by Johnson & Johnson, a New Jersey-based company, how that is connected to Belgium in the late 1800s in the Congo Basin, you have to understand the story of how this sophisticated technology was developed. And
Careful, need help?
One man at the College of Berlin walked away with his own private colony
This date marked the beginning of white penetration into the black heart of Africa.
African sleeping sickness is caused by the protozoan parasite, the Johnson & Johnson, the most trusted name in surgical dressing.
Let me tell you a story of one of the most insane and horrendous versions of European colonialism in Africa.
The 1880s and 90s were years of terrifying upheaval in Africa.
It starts with this guy, King Leopold II, the King of Belgium. And by the way, this wasn't like 300 years ago. This is like the mid to late 1800s. Belgium wasn't a big player in the colonizing game, not like France and Britain, but Leopold sort of wanted to be. He wanted to be a big boy imperialist nation, and so he actually went to Spain and Portugal, whose empires were sort of declining at the time, and offered to buy some of their colonial possessions. They didn't agree, so Leopold decided to take things into his own hands.
Light be with you.
Like literally
bless you.
on
What can I do
he
for you?
himself, privately,
Go with honor.
would create a colony for Belgium. Okay, so quick pause. I just got an email from Morning Brew, which is a thing that gets sent to my inbox every morning and is a digest of all of the news that is happening, but it's not just like the sad, depressing news. It's like actually interesting stuff. I don't like going down the rabbit hole of trying to find out what news I should be reading. So much of it is like noise and it doesn't help me understand the world. Morning Brew just gives me a digest, like a Spark Notes version. Oh, it's literally free. Like there's no money involved here. Like all you do is sign up. And it takes 15 seconds to sign up and then you get this in your inbox. I feel like my mornings before this were a little bit more scattered of like, what should I be reading this morning? I'm not gonna listen to like a 20-minute podcast. What can I sort of breeze through? Morning Brew just aggregates it all into one place. Morning Brew sponsored this video. They don't have any sign-up deal or discount because it's literally free. Like you pay zero money. You just go sign up. The link is in my description. When you click that link, it helps support this channel, but it also gets you signed up for this like very, very good quality newsletter. I love it. Thank you, Morning Brew, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to the story and talk about what is going on in the Belgian Congo. So Leopold decided to take things into his own hands with his own money and his own army. He knew he would need some support for this in terms of just like approval. So he created an organization that he called the International African Society. Leopold builds this organization and says that it's meant to be a research and philanthropy organization with a mission to explore the world for good and for science. But soon, Leopold would use this organization to get his wish of being a big boy colonizer. It was 1884 when a bunch of the European and Ottoman and American powers who were colonizing Africa got together. And they decided that they needed some sort of unifying policy of how they were going to go into Africa, how trade was going to work, but they wanted to work together as they carved up the continent of Africa. Leopold gets up at this conference, it was in Berlin, and he says, listen, I've got this organization, I would love to take this organization of mine and go and take over a huge swath of Central Africa. And everyone's like, you mean like Belgium's gonna go take over the Congo? And he's like, no, not Belgium, me. I'll do it with my own money. And the European powers are sort of like, okay.
How are you?
How much harm can one guy and his NGO do to go to the Congo? So Leopold gets his dream. He gets international approval to go take over a swath of Africa that is 76 times larger than Belgium. He would call his new private colony the Congo Free State. Well, you know what happens next. He doesn't improve the lives of people. That was never his intention. Instead, his army quickly gains control over the local population and starts to use the locals to forcibly extract raw materials from the land of Congo, mainly in rubber, whose price was going up during the Industrial Revolution, and in ivory. He would put these quotas on the local people that they had to get a certain amount of rubber. And he would instruct his army that if they didn't bring back their quota, that they were to go remove their hands or limbs. This is everyone, men, women, and children, who are being forced to work for King Leopold and getting their limbs removed if they don't meet the quota. So Leopold starts extracting huge amounts of wealth from the Congo. and he uses this new money to build big, shiny things back in Belgium, including this big, beautiful park and archways that I used to bike past all the time when I lived in Belgium, or this beautiful train station in central Antwerp. Wait a minute, that train station looks kind of familiar.
Need help? Be careful. Farewell.
Yeah, that's me
Well
showing
met.
Henry the
Have a good
clock
one.
tower
Hey
in
there.
this train station. No
Farewell.
idea that this train station was built on the blood of people in the Congo. Oof. Okay, so I know you're wondering, what does this terrible story have anything to do with vaccines and Johnson & Johnson and the pandemic? Here it goes. Buckle up. So while Leopold is doing all this terrible stuff in the late 1800s, almost the 1900s, something happens in neighboring Uganda. An epidemic breaks out of this mysterious disease called sleeping sickness. This is what they called it. They didn't really know what it was, but Leopold catches wind of the fact that there's a disease spreading into the Congo where he has all these people and this giant operation for wealth extraction, and he sort of freaks out. He's like, my whole wealth operation might get wiped out by this random epidemic. I can't use so he decides to put out a cash prize for anyone who can go down and devise a solution or a remedy to this sleeping sickness. And then he starts to invest in actual researchers and scientists to go down to the Congo and start studying tropical diseases to make sure that nothing catches him by surprise and wipes out his operation. Okay, well, eventually the world catches wind of all the terrible things that King Leopold II is doing in the Congo, and they start to mount pressure against Belgium, the country, and the actual government of Belgium to put an end to this. It's 1908, and finally the Belgian government is like, dude, stop, like, you're done. And they officially take Leopold out of the driver's seat, and they annex the Congo for themselves, and the Congo becomes an official Belgian colony for the first time. But these scientists and researchers who Leopold set up to start looking into tropical diseases, they didn't leave. They stayed. They kept doing this work, and they actually started to make some really important breakthroughs. They established an official state-run organization called the Prince Leopold Institute for Tropical Medicines, an institution that was leading the world in understanding tropical medicines and teaching research and study about this topic. This organization was based permanently in the Congo as well as in Belgium. Fast forward a few years, and the Congo officially declares independence from Belgium.
With political independence from Belgium, control of the entire Congo was turned over to what is called the Central Congo Government, with headquarters in Leopoldville.
By this time, all of the holdovers from the King Leopold days are sort of gone, and now the Institute for Tropical Medicine is actually like a legitimate institute that is groundbreaking, cutting-edge research and study on all sorts of pathologies and viruses and parasites and diseases in this region. They're basically leading the world in tropical diseases and understanding them. They moved their headquarters from Leopold's house in Brussels to the city of Antwerp, where that beautiful but terrible train station is. And they sort of turn into like a school, like an institution where they're training researchers to then go out and work in the field with it. Okay, so here's where it starts to really connect with modern day. The Institute of Tropical Medicine was effectively built for the King Leopold's operation in the Congo. A lot of the researchers and students in the Institute of Tropical Medicine were graduating and moving on and joining particularly one pharmaceutical company that was a Belgian pharmaceutical company that was down the road from the Institute of Tropical Medicine. This pharmaceutical company was called Janssen. And as researchers from the Institute of Tropical Medicine joined Janssen Pharmaceuticals, they continued to do that groundbreaking work around the world, developing many of the medicines that the WHO considers essential medicines.
Vaccines, serums, medicines, and drugs.
They continue to do work in the Congo, for example, where just recently they developed the vaccine for Ebola in the Congo.
A Belgian doctor was part of an international team that was called to Yambuku, in the heart of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
This is their old stomping ground, where so much of this understanding of different viruses and parasites and diseases was founded during the King Leopold days. But instead of the colonizing efforts of the early 1900s, now these institutions are actually doing really good work and actually saving lots of lives. In 1960, Janssen Pharmaceutical, which is full of all these Institute of Tropical Medicine researchers, gets purchased by a New Jersey company called Johnson & Johnson.
Made only by Johnson & Johnson, the most trusted name in surgical.
And yes, this pharmaceutical company, Janssen, which is now a division of Johnson & Johnson, was the actual company that developed the miracle COVID-19 vaccine that is saving the world today.
Today, Janssen Pharmaceutical, part of healthcare giant Johnson & Johnson, announced this.
The chairman of Janssen, by the way, is a graduate of the Institute of Tropical Medicine. Their long legacy in the Congo and their focus on scientific research around tropical diseases is what gave them the capability to be able to step up to the task and create a vaccine for COVID-19. In other words, this led to this, led to this, led to this, led to this.
The first J&J doses expected to go into Americans' arms within 24 to 48 hours.
Again, we think it's really important for our country and the world.
Okay, so I know this sounds like I'm doing some sort of like expose on Johnson & Johnson and Janssen and their like dark past. I'm not. The work that they're doing today is amazing. It is saving so many lives. The Institute of Tropical Medicine is like an amazing public health institution that does really, really useful work saving many lives around the world. And yet, when you trace back the roots of why this institution exists and the original motives for it, they're pretty messed up.
His 23 years old was so brutal that the population halved, while Leopold and his men amassed huge personal fortune.
What this story teaches me is just how impossible it is to find an institution that wasn't founded on some bloody dark past. The country I live in and the democracy that I am proud of is founded on blood of stolen people from another continent. How do I evaluate something that I think is good when I really understand that the backstory behind it is terrible and bloody and horrific? The fact that a life-saving game-changer vaccine has a legacy that is based on a greedy, horrific king massacring a bunch of people in the Congo is a really uncomfortable tension. But if you look close enough, it's one that exists in nearly everything around us. There's a border that all of us share, and it keeps getting closer and closer. It's right above our heads. But it's not a border between two countries. It's actually a boundary to a place that used to be accessible to just a few of us. But now more and more of us can cross this boundary.
What's been dubbed the billionaire space race.
And as that happens, we humans risk messing it up. We risk sealing this border completely so no person or object can escape Earth. I want to show you how this might happen and what we can do to avoid it.
Long-term simulations show an exponential growth in the number of objects in space.
This is low Earth orbit. It's a zone about 1,000 kilometers above Earth. This is a place where Earth's gravity can kind of pull you down, but just enough to put you into a perpetual free fall that we call an orbit. Satellites we send into space can orbit Earth as far out as tens of thousands of kilometers. But it is in this low Earth orbit where the majority of Earth's satellites reside. The satellites here give us images like these, from telescopes like this. They also allow us to anticipate hurricanes and observe trends like these. These satellites gave us the satellite phone.
Who has a satellite phone?
They connect people to the internet, and they help us map the world, which is something I am very grateful for. the satellites in low Earth orbit are incredibly important. Okay, so how many satellites are up there? Like 50, maybe 100? Let's see. How many? I'm Googling on my phone. Let's check. 6,000? 6,000? Whoa. Okay. So there's 6,000 satellites floating around the Earth. Turns out that half of those are dead. They used to be satellites, now they're just hunks of metal the size of a small school bus spinning around our planet. Of the 3,000 or so working satellites, some are military, some are government, but more than half of them are commercial. Sorry, did that land? Let me just say it again. Half of these satellites are commercial. They're from private companies.
I was once a child with a dream.
Let me explain why that's a big deal. For most of the time that we've been traveling to space, space has been a government thing. It was Russia that put up the first satellite into low Earth orbit in the 50s. It was the Cold War, so the US was like, we can do that too, and we're gonna do it better. So they created NASA and focused on getting as many satellites as they could up into space.
We need science. This is for the American people the most critical problem of all.
A bunch of these launches just sort of blew up because they were really terribly made, but eventually they got satellites into space. They had something to prove. Space was a political thing at the time.
President Eisenhower reassures the nation that Russia's success with the first satellite does not indicate a serious lag in American rocket research.
And the US poured tons of money into making this happen. And they did.
Our satellite is definitely on orbit.
So at this point, space was a government thing. But boy, has that changed. In recent years, there's been an explosion of satellites being put into space that are not from the government or military, but from private businesses. To the point where today, in 2021, there are over 100 private companies that are building vehicles to take more stuff into space. This is a space economy. It's a big deal. And because of that, more and more stuff is going into space. This year, 2021, we've already launched 1,100 objects into space. That's the same total as we did in all of 2020, and nearly 10% of what we've ever sent up into space. The numbers are going up faster and faster and faster every single year. But there's a problem, potentially a huge problem, with all of this stuff going up into space. And that problem is that space, at least low Earth orbit, this area right around our Earth, is limited. Let me explain what I mean here. You have all of these objects floating around our Earth, more and more every year. So what happens if two of these satellites, by chance, collide? So what? Satellites collide and maybe some rich company loses some money. Who cares? No. No. Reminder that these objects are flying around Earth at 28,000 kilometers an hour. That's 8 kilometers a second. In 1 second, 8 kilometers. They go around Earth 12 times per day. And at that speed, things get a little bit crazy. A few years ago, a fleck of debris, like a little piece of dust that was 1 millimeter in diameter, like the tip of a sharp pencil, a tiny fleck, was floating through low Earth orbit at this speed, and it hit a satellite's solar panels. And this tiny fleck of dust left a giant gash in the panels. It was 1 millimeter in diameter. In 2009, a collision between a defunct Russian spacecraft and an operational commercial satellite created this exact kind of shrapnel cloud, completely disintegrated. More than 2,300 hunks of space junk that are now floating around our planet at 28,000 kilometers an hour. This shrapnel at one point put the Hubble telescope at risk, and it sort of freaked people out. In an instant, 2 objects turn into thousands of objects, all with new paths floating around our Earth. So the fear here is that, what if this became a chain reaction? One collision makes more debris, which leads to another collision, which means even more debris and more collisions, and suddenly low Earth orbit becomes a minefield of space junk, hurling around our planet at deathly speeds and launches a domino effect that would wipe out our space infrastructure, leaving us trapped on the surface of Earth for generations beneath a violent cloud of speeding shrapnel, unable to send anything up to space for a very long time. This is the nightmare scenario. It's a scenario that is portrayed in the movie Gravity, which is a very good movie. Quick pause to thank today's sponsor, Policy Genius. Policy Genius is a place where you can compare quotes for life insurance. Life insurance is one of those things that you sort of don't think about very often. You don't want to think about it because it's sort of associated with like big what ifs. But it's one of these things that is wise to have. And especially while you're young, you can lock in a really low rate on life insurance. I actually just went through this whole process. I signed up using Policy Genius and was able to compare quotes from a bunch of different life insurers. I did this all very quickly and then got on the phone with an expert at Policy Genius, and soon I had a life insurance policy. So now I am insured, I have life insurance, and it feels actually really good. You can save 50% or more on life insurance by comparing quotes with Policy Genius. And you can get covered in as little as a week. For me, it was super quick. I didn't have to go do a health exam or anything. I was just able to do all the health stuff over the phone, and I got covered. It was like 15 or 20 minutes of my time. Policy Genius never sells your information or anything like that, which I am a big fan of. They're just simple and they save you money. So head to policygenius.com/Johnny Harris. Go into that link, which is also in my description, help support this channel, but it also gets you started today on saving money with life insurance. All right, let's get back to space borders. Eventually, of course, over the years, this debris would slowly fall into the atmosphere, it would lose altitude, and it would burn up in our atmosphere. But that would be generations of a world without satellites, a world that is sealed from space. Okay, listen. This is not gonna happen anytime soon. By all counts, we are safe from the chain reaction. The probabilities are very low. It isn't likely right now. There's a lot of space up there.
Space. The final frontier.
But we are sending up thousands of satellites per year now. This may not be an issue now. It certainly will be soon. So what do you do with this? We're in the midst of this new space race, just like the one between the Soviets and the US in the 50s. But this time, it's not governments. It's like this guy and a bunch of guys just like him. And they're the ones who are racing to space. And they don't really care about the potential scenario of a chain reaction. Do you know why? Because they have investors to please and a world to show that they can privatize space the fastest. So let's talk about the US government really quick. Of the 3,000 working satellites, about 2,000 of them are American. They come from American companies or the American government. So you would expect the American Space Government Agency, NASA, to be the responsible steward of low Earth orbit and make sure that these private space companies are at least following some traffic rules when they send them up into space so that they don't collide. Alas, no one, including NASA, wants to be the one to slow down the new space race. Instead, they're focusing on, quote, accelerating a thriving commercial economy in low Earth orbit. The US government is sort of doing what it did in the 50s. We gotta get an edge on this new space thing and let's focus on just getting as much stuff up as we can. So NASA is helping to fund these private space companies who are sending up so many satellites and objects into space. Like SpaceX, Elon Musk's company, is sending up 60 satellites a month. Just like 60 satellites just being like thrust into space every month. And he's asked for a lot more. He wants to get 42,000 up there. Like that's what he's asking for. That's what he's asking for approval for, 42,000. Just 42,000. So far he's gotten approval for 12,000. Amazon is now getting into the space game. They've been approved to send up over 3,000. We're not slowing down. So clearly the race is on and no one's thinking too hard about traffic.
You're blaming me for the traffic?
Should I?
So how do we avoid filling up low Earth orbit and avoid the collisions that could potentially cause a devastating chain reaction? These companies are taking some protocol. Like SpaceX will send up these satellites in like a caravan, like a line of satellites, which looks really trippy, by the way. I was out stargazing for my Galaxy video last year, and I looked up and I saw this like perfect line of blinking dots in the sky. And I was like, what is happening? I was sure that I was seeing like a UFO. Like this is it. Like I've had my encounter. with extraterrestrials. It was like an existential moment for me. I was like, what is happening? 20 minutes later, I looked it up and learned about the caravans that SpaceX does. They do this so that all of the satellites are in the same path so that they have way less likelihood of colliding because they're not just on random paths, they're like all together. So yeah, these private companies are taking some precautions. But as we all know, you can't rely on private companies to regulate themselves for the good of everyone. Like, are we really gonna be like, you guys regulate yourself and we'll all be safe and everyone will be good? No, that's not how it works. What we need is mutually agreed upon laws on how stuff can be launched into low Earth orbit so that we actually have some traffic management in space. There are no rules of the road in space. No formal agreements on how traffic should behave in low Earth orbit. In other words, this is the Wild West. Wait, isn't there like space law, like treaties, like the Outer Space Treaty, the Moon Treaty, the International Space Station? Yeah, but none of these things talk about traffic. All these countries have signed these treaties that just say that space is for everybody. No one can conquer space. No Star Wars.
That isn't very reassuring.
Closest any treaty gets to addressing the space traffic thing says that, quote, states shall be liable for damage caused by their space objects. In other words, if you send an object up and your country damages an object from another country, your country has to take responsibility in some form. But wait, does that actually happen? Remember that defunct Russian spacecraft that collided with the commercial satellite in 2009? Who took responsibility? And wait, was it the Russian satellite that hit the commercial one, or was it the commercial one that hit the Russian one? Like, how do you dole out responsibility and blame when you're talking about two satellites just floating through space who happen to run into each other? So in the end, the responsibility landed squarely on the shoulders of nobody.
How did we get into this mess?
Decision makers couldn't even agree on who was responsible for launching the commercial satellite in the first place because multiple countries were involved with launching it. And they hadn't registered it with the UN like they promised they would back in some treaty in 1972. I mean, it's a total mess. There is no order or regulation or clarity in space law, which right now is fine, but soon it won't be. So here we are with no traffic rules, no history of holding anyone accountable for unintentional space collisions, and we're about to send up tens of thousands more satellites. What we need is productive cooperation, like humans have been able to do in so many aspects of our global international system. The International Space Station is a great example. It has functioned as a multinational collaborative project in space. Unfortunately, what I've learned is that when there's competition among countries, a lot of these cooperative efforts sort of go out the window. There's growing tension between two superpowers, China and the US. And China is in the middle of constructing their own space station for low Earth orbit. India is preparing to send their own as well. This is competition, not cooperation. Our existing space law, which was all sort of drafted in the 60s and 70s, never anticipated private companies sending up thousands of satellites. And it didn't anticipate China and India and the US competing for space power. Our desire to explore space is not just about showing how powerful and innovative we are. So much technology has come from our space exploration, from solar cells to cochlear implants to firefighting technology, the development of the microchip, which was majorly accelerated by NASA, and now microchips drive our entire world. The pursuit of reaching out into space has consistently driven meaningful innovation. So this is important. We should absolutely protect the future of this really wonderful thing that humans have done. We've escaped our atmosphere, we've escaped gravity, and we've learned so much in the process. So, there are a lot of objects in space. They're floating around. And there's a body of treaties and law that is way outdated. My hope is that as we send these thousands and thousands of satellites into space, we consider the implications of what happens if we get too hasty, send too much stuff up, and things start to run into each other. It's not worth the risk in my mind. If we don't look ahead, we could turn space from a border that we can all cross together and learn together as human beings into a border that is impenetrable, that's dangerous, that keeps us trapped here on this warming planet, unable to continue to explore the world of outer space.
It's too far away. It's too far away. I'm out of range.
Well met. Go with honor. Need help? Farewell.
Greetings. Be careful.
Hey there. Have a good one.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend.
You need something? See you later.
Well met. For the Alliance. Well met. Light bless you. King's honor, friend. Be careful.
So while I was on this road trip headed north, we got into New England, and everything started to look like this. There was fishing towns, there was loads of clam chowder everywhere, there were cliffs and boats and lighthouses.
Boys, this village is so cool.
But wait, this isn't a family vlog that we're doing here. You saw the title. We're talking about a border dispute. So yeah, while I'm on this trip, I do what I always do.
Hello.
I look at the map of where we're going, and I sort of start to explore. And being the person that I am, my attention always drifts away from the actual road trip route and starts focusing on this weird line up here. These are the lines we use to draw countries. We call them borders. And man, the number of hours I have spent tracing these lines on a map, just looking at them, following them, looking for, well, nothing, just looking. Seeing what shape this important imaginary line takes. Most of the time, it's pretty predictable. A river or a straight line determined by some treaty. But as I traced this US-Canada border, the border that frames the state of Maine, I eventually started to get into the ocean, where this borderline on Google Maps runs into a hard stop, right here off the coast of Maine. When I see something like this, my curiosity wheels just start spinning, and I can't not look into it.
Hang on, darling.
What is this, a freak out?
And it turns out that this line that looks like the end of something is actually just the beginning. Two lines, two different claims. This is the story of a little rocky island with a solitary lighthouse. It's the story of Canadian and American fishermen looking for lobsters and competing with each other. It's the story of puffins and tourists and Donald Trump's foreign policy. This is the story of the one territorial border dispute between the US and Canada.
This area has never been properly surveyed as far as who owns what.
We don't want to do this. We have no choice.
This is the longest border in the world, and it's not really full of much drama. If you rewind a bit, you'll see that this whole area was claimed by the British Empire. There was no Canada, there was no United States, but eventually the British settlers down here decided to rebel from the Empire and start their own country. The British conceded all of this land to the new United States of America. Fast forward 100 years and you now have the country of Canada, and the border that we know today begins to take shape without too much conflict. But over here in the ocean, there were some problems. The treaty that the British had signed with the newly independent Americans had said that the United States could claim any territory that was south of this river and that was within 20 leagues of its coast. There was this one island over here called Machias Seal Island, which was well within the claim of the United States based on this treaty. But the British up here, which were soon to be Canadians, referenced an even earlier document that said that they owned any island that was within 6 leagues of their coast. So if you look at that island, you can see that there are some overlapping claims. Both of these documents gave this one island to both of these countries. These conflicting treaties caused all sorts of border issues in the ocean up in New England off the coast of Maine. But no one really cared because there was nothing valuable about this piece of ocean. Unless you fast forward 100 years to the 1970s. So it's the 1970s, and the United States and Canada are realizing that this piece of ocean is actually pretty valuable because it has mineral deposits that they want to extract. So they take their dispute to the International Court of Justice, which is in charge of working out border disputes, especially in the ocean. They both submit their claims, and over the next, 5 years, the International Court of Justice does potentially the most boring work in the world, looking at so many measurements and so many different charts and maps and treaties to determine where this border should be. And by the mid-1980s, they settle on a clean, nice border that looks like this. Until it got right here. This is the area surrounding Machias Seal Island, a tiny rocky island that both countries claim. There was no known minerals here. There was nothing valuable. All there was this old lighthouse that the British had built in the 1800s and that the Canadians inherited. So the borders here continued to look like this. This is called the Gray Zone, and it is the one territorial border dispute between the United States and Canada. Wait. Pause. Look at this clip. I did not shoot this clip myself. Didn't go into the middle of the ocean to get this random clip. Instead, I downloaded it from Storyblocks, who is the sponsor of this video, and who I'm going to tell you about for a minute before we continue on our journey about this weird border dispute.
Norok, it's how you say cheer. Well, Norok means good luck, basically. But it can be used for cheers as well, right? Because whenever we cheer, we don't say cheer. Not just simple people like people from UK. We have different ways to say it. We say good health, which means sanatate. We say Norok, which means good luck. We say other things too. The Romanian language is so complex, right? Your name is Potatoes, right? If you speak in English like potatoes, it's potatoes. Do you have any other synonym in English for potatoes? Now in Romanian, potatoes can be cartofi, crumpi, barabule, ichoci, pere de pământ, and there are many others. Like I can find you 10 names for potatoes. You know, 10 synonyms. Romanian is a very complex language. In Canada, we say something like "be healthy," which translates to "sante." So you use that when you cheer, right?
Charging.
There we go. If you're raising a glass in Romanian, it makes sense to say good luck. I guess over health, good health. I guess good luck it's good too, because nowadays to stay healthy you need a bit of luck too. You want to pray that Can those actually drop the key that I'm looking for? In the lower part or something of the key. We reach people to be healthy by poisoning with alcohol. Oh, alcohol is not bad, as long as you consume it like, you know, not everyday rules and in normal quantities.
It's too far away.
As much as your liver can take, you know. Give your liver a rest.
I can't pass that yet.
And you're above the age. You know? Everyone blames anything except themselves. And even I tend to do that lately. Blame the sugar, blame the alcohol, blame the cigarettes. It's not my fault, it's the cigarettes' fault. Yeah. Everything is okay in this world. Sugar, it's okay. Alcohol, it's okay. I don't know, sometimes you get what I'm saying. It's just that you have to have a limit. You have to have some self-control. Not do it like me, where for the past 2 years I sit in a chair, did nothing when we play World of Warcraft, right? And then suddenly when I feel sick, I go like, who do I blame? Myself, man. Because if I would have had a nice diet, went for a jog or for a gym every week, I wouldn't be in this situation. I could have ate as much sugar as I wanted. You know? Had some revelations the past week, you know, especially with the 1 meal a day diet that I have. And I came to the conclusion that we actually don't need as much food as we eat. We don't need 3 meals a day. You need nutrition, of course. You need to have like... But you can function in most situations without 3 meals a day. Unless you work like something really intense, and then you need like more carbs to have energy to do that. But if you're working from an office where you're sitting in a chair, oh my god, it's gonna be nasty, right? We have the pet. Let me check. Let's eat. This is an elite quest. You die to this mob? I think I should skip it. Let me check if my pet is 20. I think we'll be fine, dude. I'm great. We're about to fight an elite, and I'm scared. Oh my god, dude. Which way do we go, though? We should go the other way back. Yeah, we should go back. So we can kite. Oh my god.
I'm still recharging.
It's funny how it's a mechanical target. Kill it with kindness. Carry it around the big rock. Oh, this one, huh? I guess we could have done that. As a hunter, it's just better if you have a clear road, just keep it on the road. You know, there's no mobs to aggro here. Gonna be a lot of XP. Oh! No way! LMGD! With a big host, thank you very much, LMGD. Welcome everyone. Big welcome everyone. Big shout out to LMGD. LMGD1, my favorite Russian streamer. No, it's my 5th favorite Russian streamer. He streams classic hardcore too sometimes. Very nice guy. Yeah. I mean, his goal in life is to buy a fridge. He even has it on his stream. Hopefully he achieved it though. But welcome everyone. If you don't know LMGD, you should check him out. You never did that final part because I've seen soul fragments by the quest giver. Ha! Well, it depends on the class. As a hunter, it's probably doable with Frostbolt. Turning the Blackwood Corrupt. I guess we're gonna turn those in too. It doesn't tell me to turn them in right now, but I'm just gonna turn them in. It doesn't matter which one we choose, right? I don't know, we picked everything. It's the BFD quest. And there's the Blackwood Corrupted quest, which is up there. Can't believe we finished almost all.
What can I do for you?
Almost all. We say we've entered this one. Allows to breathe underwater. Well, this is gonna be very useful eventually. No doubt about that. Batista's Relics. Okay, that's about it. See us soon. See us soon. I'm gonna buy a bunch of Loon, be with you, friend. Oh my god. 4 agility, 1 stamina, 2 spirit. That's what I'm talking about, boys. And 20 silver. My god. That's next levels of fans. Look at this. Wish I could get rid of this chest that we currently have. Okay, take the boats to Darnassus. Train spells, train bows, train staves. We have staves. We do not have, unfortunately, bows. Potato, thank you for the follow. Frost Doomer, thank you for the follow. Oh, the meal was great.
Light be with you. Yeah, I was about to level up.
You got my attention.
Well met.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Forgot one thing. Okay. Let's head over to Darnassus. Nikki. No, the boat. Please. Need to catch the boat. Wait. No. What do we do now? Can we jump from here to here? Oh man, this is stupid. How do we get up here? By no aspect, because we're going to train it right now. We were going to train it. I think it works. You just need to be very skilled with the jumps. Yeah, you know what? It's... Oh my god, what do we do? Do we go all the way there and then come back?
I am listening.
I think I want to make duck confit. Do you guys know what duck confit is? Duck legs. The problem is that I don't have a duck grease. I wonder if I can buy somewhere duck grease separately. Ducks are for cuddling, not for eating. Well, so are dogs, but tell that to some people that are hungry.
Be careful. Can I help you? Safe travels.
Fish? I don't have fishing. Level 21, time for stockades. Well, it would be nice to go to dead mines to be honest. I mean, walling caverns. But the drop chance of the bow is so low. 9.6 damage per second. Meh. Not even that worth it.
Good day to you.
Like for a hunter, it's not important if you have gear or don't have gear, as it is for a warrior or a rogue. A Robe Hunter OP? Yes. Would be nice to get, though. What would be nice to get? Let me think. I don't know.
How are you?
But this music is killing me
See you
inside.
soon. Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
I'm on the ship. Yes. They want me to swap to oh, it's time to swap the bow. Gonna take a while to level them up. Let me check what my skills are. Skills and bows, 0. Guns 105 though. Now we gotta learn an aspect of the cheetah. Yes. Let's see how much gold we have. We have 385. 3 gold 85 as we enter Darnassus. What brings you here? I am listening. Are you now?
Can I help you? Alrighty then. I need to get closer. It's too far away. Hey! You have a great day now.
Hey Frost, what happened to the mage? The mage died, Kinky. The mage died.
Pleased to meet you. Off and
Where's the
away.
fish trainer? Anyway, aspect of the hawk rank 2, that's 20 silver. Definitely. Aspect of the cheetah, definitely. Men pet, definitely. Gonna grab scare beast too. I think we're gonna get useful. Dual wield. Yikes. Ah shit, the spells are more expensive here. Multi-shot rank 1. Yes. Arcane shot. Yes. Serpent sting. Yes. Raptor strike. Yes. Freezing trap. Yes. Immolation trap. Yes. Disengage. Maybe later. Mongoose bite. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that much melee though. Maybe later. Dual wield? No. Oh my god, so many spells. The most important one though goes now. Boom. Men pet. Hawk rank 2.
Just like the hearse, you try to get in again. We are so far from you. Burning on, just like a match, strike to incinerate the lives of everyone you know. And what's the worst to take from every heart you break? And like the blade you stain, well, I've been holding them tonight. What's the worst that I could say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. Came a time when every star fall brought you to tears again. We are the very hurt you sold. And what's the worst you take from every heart you break? And like the sun of rage and love, the Jesus of Siberia, the Bible love, none of the above, only steady diet of. Started popping riddle line. Well, I never died for my sins, and now, as far as I can tell, it's the ones I got away with, and there's nothing wrong with me. This is how I'm supposed to be. In a land of make-believe, but don't believe in me. Get my television fixed. Sitting on my crucifix, I live.
on your mind? Good.
another broken.
You know, like I was saying, man, so I walk in there, my brother's around, and I end up kissing my own brother. You know?
Far out, man.
That's what I'll say. It's fucked up.
You know what they say, man, like father, like son.
You said it best, brother.
In the car, I just can't wait to pick you up on our very first date. Is it cool if I hold your hand? Let's make this fleeting moment last forever. So tell me what you're waiting for. I'm gonna keep it frozen here forever. There's no regretting anymore. It's worth the wait, even so far away. I'm making the night mine until the day I die. No light to break when you're hanging by fate. You know what it feels like when you're dancing blind. All alone, just the beat inside my soul. Take me home, where my dreams are made of gold. In the zone, where the beat is uncontrolled. I know what it feels like. Come on, make me feel alive.
I'm flying high like a bird, but my fluttering wings can keep you from pulling me down. Your mama says I'm a fool, and yeah, maybe that's true, 'cause I can't stop thinking about you. I'm trying not to forget my words, 'cause when I'm around you, I tend to keep changing my mind. I promise myself not to slip back into old habit, 'cause heartbreak is savage and love is a
have your attention?
No chance to be the limit, some bitch with a 20-year rich.